Hello, traders. This is Igor, and today we are waiting for Howard. And today we will talk about the market during this Friday. So I hope that you are well, and soon we will start to analyze the market. So for the beginning, I can start just to check the news and what's going on um, to the Forex calendar. So I will share the screen. Well, as you can see,
Okay.
okay. Hello, Howard. We are live now. How
Yeah,
are you today?
how are you?
I'm okay.
Perfect. All good. We got some
Now,
numbers there.
yes, I'm starting with numbers for today. Today is a little bit boring day because it's Friday, but there are few things that I just want to mention. First thing today, I think it's just strong news from the I think 1 or 2 hours ago that Trump just make a tweet, and that tweet was the 80% tariff on China seems right. So he's preparing the land for tomorrow negotiation with China, and this is the biggest impact and the biggest news. I think this is because during the weekend maybe some things will change, something we will know related to this tariff war, and I think that U.S. they think um, that there is be some historical United States China deal for at least some of industries. So, but on the other side, because this war is really tough, and this is the first meeting, I think that nothing will happen, in my personal opinion, because this is the first part of negotiation, and it's never easy to make the deal after the first conversation. So
Takes time. Yeah, takes time, huh?
yes. So I think that this weekend that something can impact the stock market and the indices. So I think that all traders that have some scalping trades or maybe short-time trades maybe should close during the weekend because the price can go in one or another direction. But Howard, what do you think about this negotiation during the weekend?
Well, it's just part of the ongoing story, really, where Trump kind of he came in and he hit everybody very hard and surprised everybody, and then he kind of takes it back slowly and surely. So it just seems to be the way he operates. So I think at the end of the day, he wants to be good for business, and at the end of the day, he wants the stock market to be stronger. I remember during the last presidency, he was saying that the stock market had never been so good and all this kind of stuff, and he sees that as one of the kind of a bit of a barometer of how he's performing. So I think he wants to be market friendly. So I think good things will come out, but he definitely likes to talk tough.
Yes, yes. I think that this is the his strategy. Actually, he push everyone's, and then there is a negotiation, and then on the end, all deals that he will create in the future will be better than the deals before a few months ago for US. So I think this is the way how he's dealing in business, and this is the way how he's doing in politics. So this this is the
Yeah.
way of Donald Trump. Now for the news, just today to tell, we got employment change for the CAD, and as we can see, the employment change was good, 7.4K, but unemployment rate is 6.9%. I think that this tariff war just pushed the Canadian market as well, and the US market, because I think that some businesses will decrease their selling opportunities, and then, of course, the labor will get fired because there's no enough jobs for everyone. So it's a just because of this tariff war, and I think that a lot of these reports in last 30 days, um, for example, for US dollar, for UK, for a lot of countries, were bad. And I realized that no news impact the market at all, because all traders, they know that reports are from the last month. We know everything. And the price several times, I just took a little bit. It was 1 month ago. The GDP for the UK was 5 times better than expected. And in that moment, I watched the price of the British pound dollar, and nothing happened. Just the price move into the same direction just before the news. And this
Yeah,
is something that I saw first time in my life. So
yeah,
it's really strange for me. But
yeah. I think with the current administration, the normal fundamentals, they don't matter quite as much,
yes,
because it's more about the, yeah, what's going on with the politics at the moment. I think, yeah, the big headline stuff, and almost anything can happen, you know.
yes.
um, so maybe the, you know, the normal moves you expect on a GDP number, we don't see quite as much, and certainly the same with unemployment and some of the other ones as well.
Yeah, so right now I can share a little bit just my screen and talk a little bit about my trades that I had from the yesterday, and some how I see the market right now. So yesterday, during the during the live session, I created one trade. I made a sell order for British pound dollar. So I had actually two trades. One trade was really perfectly well done at 1.334 level, and I closed just at the end of the day of the yesterday day at 1.3324, 45, something like that. And the other trade that I create live here, I made as a swing trade, and as a trader, traders watch yesterday, that the plan for that trade is that my stop loss is above this blue bearish trend line on British pound dollar, which is really clear. Actually, I put it a little bit higher at 1.337, just if something unexpected happened there. And I just leave that trade in one moment. I had for that trade one more than 100 pips profit, but that trade I didn't close. It's still active. Maybe during this session or this day, I will enter one more time if we touch this blue line, the blue trend line, because I think that the whole Friday we will have some kind of the correction of the British pound dollar. And based on my personal statistics, I realize because usually my worst trading day was Friday, Monday or Friday, but Friday was really tough for me. And I realized that the reason why I have problem during the Fridays is the Friday usually is very simple day for trading. If I analyze every single Friday for last couple of years for major forex pairs, we can see that it's not it's very rare to see the new lows, new weekly highs, etc. during the Friday. Usually, we have two price levels. If we analyze previous Fridays, two price levels where price try to go from A to B or B to A the whole day, and sometimes finish at A, finish at B, or somewhere middle to be a doji candle. But it's a boring day, and usually price is choppy. It's some kind of huge correction, and then during the next week, the market's open and starting something new. Of course, it's not the rule, but just based of my statistic, I realize that Friday is like that. And I see for today, for example, we reached today the low 1.3 to 15, and then during the morning in the pre-market we start very slow to go up and up and up, and right now before the US opening range, I see that price went to the 1.329, which is for some people who use the Fibonacci retracement, some kind of the bullish bearish validation point. But for me, it's not, because I see this blue line as resistance, and I see really clear bearish trend for British pound dollar. So I think the best strategy is just to wait some high price to enter short here and enjoy in that run. So this is the strategy for the British pound dollar for me. And for euro dollar, on it's very similar, a very similar story. As we can see, we broke yesterday really strong support, more than weak strong support, same as for British pound dollar. And as you can see, it's very similar approach we can create for euro dollar too. We are somewhere right now to the top, and maybe we will see a little bit push upside, maybe not. And I hope that euro dollar and British pound dollar and or US dollar crosses will just follow that US dollar is stronger and stronger. So as we talk about that US dollar index for today, we can see it's a really in a bullish trend. And what is interesting right now, there is a one price level. I will just mark it up on the chart. It's this level where we are now, which was the high for the May 2, and now we are like test that previous resistance, now support, which means that if this holds somehow, the British pound dollar and euro dollar can start to go down from this price level. So I want to see the first half hour of the US opening range, just to see what's happened there. But I think that levels are really good, and my bias for the euro dollar, British pound dollar is bearish, absolutely bearish, and just want to see some beautiful price to enter there. Nothing more beside that. One more thing that I'm monitoring, which is really interesting, is the Aussie dollar. If we go and look the daily chart, I think it looks that we got 2 days ago bearish engulfing pattern. It was a really beautiful, like by definition, and high is above the previous high, the low is below the previous low. It's a really huge bearish candle there. The next day is bearish too. Today we have some kind of correction, but I think that this can be a bearish bias too, if of course dollar continues in this direction. However, this pair is maybe not the best pair for to buy, as same as euro dollar and British pound dollar. And I'm watching this push upside for Aussie dollar was really strong, and yet I cannot tell that we are now bearish, because it has some kind of bullish structure. It's a little bit tricky for me, and I don't feel comfortable right now to trade Aussie dollar. It's just something to watch. And yesterday there was a one trade. I think, Howard, that you are the inventor of that trade, because everyone on the session talking about that. It was the Aussie Swiss. I assume that it's your idea and your trade, and later you will explain that. But it looks like a pretty bullish move here, and this is why I think that Aussie is a little bit stronger, and I would never, sell the Aussie dollar, either on Aussie Swiss or something else. So this trade, I just wait after this to hear about this trade, because the Jannie and other people talking about this in sessions. So
yeah, I think that was Jannie's trade actually. I think Jannie was looking at it. But,
okay. So okay,
yeah.
okay, but I think that he spoke with you, and that you talk a little bit about this trade, and it's a uncommon forex pair. Sometimes I miss some crosses. Usually I trade a major, truly major pairs like, you know, euro dollar, British pound dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, etc. And sometimes these kind of crosses, Aussie Swiss or something like that, I miss. And sometimes there are nice opportunities there, especially for the pairs that are not correlated with US dollar. So this is the basic stuff for me that I'm watching. And right now, I would like to see your setups, Howard. So I will just remove my chart.
Sure thing. Okay, yeah. So let's start off with dollar index. So I think that's a good place to start.
Excellent.
Let's just present the screen and coming through. So we've got some DXY action here. Okay, has that come through? Okay.
Yes, excellent.
Got it. Okay, all good. Can you see it all come through?
Yes, beautiful.
Excellent. Okay, so my long-term bias is still to the downside on this thing. The structure for me is still in that we formed a major high back in 2022, and then we've since broken down in wave one. We had a correction of that wave one, which is wave two, which takes you up to here, A, B, and C. And then we've broken down really aggressively, impulsively to the downside in what, for me, is the early stages of wave three. So wave three should be taking us way down, in my opinion. I think this is a major turning point on a long-term perspective for the dollar. The dollar actually completed a kind of a big rally from 2008 when that was when the major low formed. Okay, so for me, this is a topping process at the end of a long bull market or bear market correction, in my opinion. So zooming into more recent stuff. So as I say, what we've seen is this kind of really sharp, impulsive looking move to the downside. These are weekly candles still, obviously. So going back to the last 4 or 5 weeks, so we've seen this kind of acceleration down through big supports here, the B leg low and the wave one low down here. So the market ramped down, and then since then we've seen contracting or narrow weekly ranges. So narrow weekly ranges for me, it seems to me that we're just consolidating at these lower levels. So I think what we're doing is we're just holding here for a few weeks before we tip over and make new lows for the downtrend. But at the moment, obviously, we're still kind of seeing a little bit of slight upside momentum in that we had that kind of reversal candle here, the weekly reversal candle. Last week, it went higher a little bit. And this week we've gone higher again a little bit, but you can see there is no major thrust on the upside on these weekly candles. So we're pushing through. Yeah, we're making higher highs and higher lows on these weekly candles and on the daily charts, but there is no real aggressive buying when we break through the previous week's high. And if you flip that argument around over the last month or three, every time we break through the previous week's low, we tend to get quite a big follow through. But we're not doing it on the other way around. So for me, that kind of confirms my thesis that we are seeing a corrective bounce. This is not going to take us all the way back up to maybe 104, 105. I don't think it's going to do that. I think we're just correcting this last leg down. But as far as the trigger is concerned for a short position, I would say now if we break through this week's low, which I don't think we're going to see that this today, 99.17 or so. So maybe that'll be something that we can watch for next week. But you can see that once the higher low is broken within a correction, what happens next? The market accelerates for 2, 3, 4 weeks down. So that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for on dollar index on the maybe going into next week. So maybe looking for a break of this week's low, and that for me would trigger the next leg down of this major trend. So that's how I am with dollar index. So obviously that kind of governs what I'm doing with my other pairs as well. So let me just share my other screen. So one second. Let's see. We'll share our trading platform here. Okay. So first of all, let's talk about euro dollar, because that's obviously the flip side of dollar index. So euro dollar for me, obviously, it's this kind of thing where we formed a major low back in 2022. We've seen the first wave up, then we've seen a second wave correction, A, B, and C. And then all of this action here, this bullish action, is the early stages for me of a third wave, which should take us much, much higher on a multi-month basis. Again, zooming into the last few weeks. So again, we've this kind of 1, 2, 3 very strong weeks to the upside, and then we had a little bit of a reversal week here 2 weeks ago, and since then we've seen a little bit of corrective action to the downside. But again, no major breakdown. We're not down here. We're not down here yet. It's trying to break lower, but then equally, when markets correct against the trend, they try to break lower, then they come back in. They try to break lower, they come back in, and eventually the trend kind of reasserts. Also, key levels on this one. We had 112.75 and we had 112.15, 14.15, and that's the kind of area that we are possibly basing at today. Obviously, yesterday we had that kind of follow through from the FOMC yesterday. 1 second, let's just a bit of follow through selling, which followed the kind of the breakdown, and now we're starting today in Asia. Made a new low in Asia, and we've bounced back again, and we're kind of pushing a little bit higher as the market, I think, responds to this big support area. I think even on the daily chart, I've got a couple of big levels here, 112.64 and 112.65 kind of thing. That's where we are right here, right now. Interestingly enough, we're right at this kind of the bottom of the range, if you will, over the last few weeks. So for me, I'm looking for the thing to be forming a corrective low. I know we're kind of Igor, we're kind of a little bit on opposite sides at the moment. But that's okay. That's okay. I think maybe our time frames are a little bit our
I
time.
think that you're absolutely right, because if later when you finish, I will just go to the COT report, because I see that the large speculators, no one shift from the bullish to bearish or bearish to bullish. So later I will just speak a little bit about that. But your story completely is based of the current market state. So we will see which will go in which direction.
Yeah,
But your tip is good. Yes.
I guess the question is obviously, is this short-term trend that you're looking at from the high, is that going to continue? That's the question.
Yes. Yes.
If from a trading perspective over the next day or two. And for me, obviously, I'm saying that I'm looking for a major low in this area. So the bounce today, I don't know whether that's the low for the market. I guess we need to really get back above a lot of these broken support levels, because technically, obviously, the market is still. We've got a lot of people that are long above this 112.80 level. So I think we need to see it really break above 112.80, maybe more. We've got this lower high on the intraday chart, 113.20. So that would, I guess, change the character of the short term, the intraday charts breaking above that point. So I'm kind of on alert. I'm not touching the euro or the pound against the dollar at the moment until I'm happy that I've seen that low. So that's kind of where I am on that one. Trading wise at the moment, I mean, we can come back to some of the other majors later. I've taken a long position on euro yen, a little bit underwater on it at the moment, but for me, euro yen on the weekly, so we have the kind of it looks like it's starting to shape up a bit more like a bullish consolidation pattern within this long-term trend. It could turn out to be a head and shoulders, where you've got a left shoulder there, neckline here, and right shoulder, but it seems like we've taken way too long to form the right shoulder. Why didn't it break down here? Why didn't it continue here, kind of thing? And it seems that we are settling at these higher levels. So I'm kind of looking for, well, today it's a short-term trade that I've got on at the moment. I'm looking for a little bit of a push higher, but you can see the kind of rationale in that we're in this range and we are really settling at the top end of this range. So there's definitely some latent buy the dips when the market tries to go down, it snaps back up again, snaps back up again. That's on the weekly, onto the daily. So the daily, obviously, we've had this kind of sideways pattern for a long time. An attempt at pushing out, pull back in, and again an attempt at pushing up. So it looks like last few days we've based out at support within this kind of range. And yesterday was quite a good day to the upside. So yen weakness, that was the main feature. Today we're seeing obviously a little bit of a corrective pullback. So I'm kind of looking for this thing to base out around here and then start to head a little bit higher. So that's really my kind of trade of the day at the moment. That's the only one that I'm looking at right now. Unless we get the euro settle back above maybe 112.80, and more likely 113.20 is the key level, I think, in the short term. Any thoughts on this one, Igor?
Yes, I'm just watching the Euro Japanese yen. It's looks like triangle pattern when I watch either the 4-hour chart or something else. For
Yeah.
example, if I go to the 4-hour chart, it looks like a triangle pattern from the Tuesday, 22 April, up to
Yeah, go.
now.
Do you want to show your screen? Let's take a look.
Yes, we just share what I'm looking right now. So it looks like we can see this bullish trend here, uh, like this. But on other side, when I watch this can be too like this, and I don't know what will be, where we'll go after this. So
Yeah.
it's look a little bit, it's too choppy right now. But you're right. If we break this channel here, this can be potentially very good trade. Especially that I think that euro should be stronger than Japanese yen if we just compare economies right now and all the news that we have. So fundamentally, there is a strong support there for bullishness. But right now, I just watch. Can you tell me for euro dollar Japanese yen? What are all your triggers for this trade?
Yeah,
What did you watch?
sure thing. 1 second. Let's get that on there.
Let me just remove my.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, dollar yen, obviously, a similar kind of idea to dollar index, that kind of thing, and euro dollar and dollar Swiss, the whole kind of shebang. So we've got this big support level here at what is it, 139.5 or so, which also was we had a base here 140.25, and the recent low was at 139.88. So we're talking about 140 plus or minus 50 pips, I guess, as the support zone for dollar yen. So what we've got there, I think what we're doing is making out a major top on dollar yen, because this goes back to 2011, the bull market, or the bear market correction. I think we are doing a kind of a topping pattern at the end of a bull market. So we had the kind of the first leg down. We had an Elliott ABC correction, 3 waves, which doesn't make a new high. So that's wave 2 for me. And then we have this kind of impulsive looking sequence to the downside. So we are below the kind of wave 1 low at 146.5. We're trying to push up towards it, but obviously there's, again, as with the dollar index and the other ones, there seems to be a lot of resistance as we've got people that are trapped above this level, 146.5. And for me, I think this is just a correction of this last leg down. I don't think this is a correction of the whole thing, which is why I think this is going to struggle here. and again, like the other ones, maybe next week start to break down again. So trigger level, as you asked, I'd say this week's low, because we've taken out last week's high. So this week's low, I think, is quite important on the multi-week chart, 142.35. So that's really, I guess, my trigger for the next leg down. I think if we can break that level next week, maybe week after, then we can start to see the big break to the downside. But at the moment, it still seems to be quite kind of stable. A lot of support down here, good recovery, and trying to push higher. But again, as with the other ones, it's not really trying. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of momentum to the upside. See what I mean?
Yes.
So it seems to be stuck between the big support here and the broken support, which is now resistance at 146.5. So that's really the kind of range that we're in at the moment. So, but as I say, I think euro yen looks kind of okay. There's a bit of latent strength there, but that's maybe more about the euro and the dollar. Obviously, the dollar I think is going to pick up its weakness maybe next week, kind of thing. So that's it's kind of stuck between two things. I think the dollar yen, if you see what I mean.
Yes. Yes. One
It's
question.
Yeah.
Yeah. What will be the stop loss and target for your trade? Is it some kind of the swing trade, long-term trade?
Well, this one I think I wouldn't trade it necessarily off of the weekly charts. I'd use the trigger, the break of this week's low as the trigger, but then I'd be looking more at the daily charts to give me the the entry point and the stop loss and all the rest of it. So it'd really be a case of coming into the daily charts and using daily highs and lows and things to set the stops and the objectives. I think would be like measure moves in new lows down here. So if you look at this kind of last one, so you had the kind of correction, and once it tops out, then we can start hitting it and putting stop losses above daily highs and things, and then start to look for the move down. But until it actually fails, I mean, it could even be failing today. It's interesting how excuse me, how it's broken through this kind of swing high, which was at 145.92 yesterday, and today we're back underneath it. So it could well be that kind of situation where the dollar is maybe it's making its high today. It's quite possible. So it's a Friday. Maybe we come in on Monday and we start to see something new that's happened over the weekend. It's quite possible.
Maybe.
But yeah, I think I'll be managing it on a kind of once we can break down, I'll be looking at the shorter term charts. But that trigger on the weekly chart for me is a very big it's a key level for me.
Excellent. So I just wanted to tell that everyone that watch this session right now, you can make your comments, ask for some setups or ideas. So we are here to help you. If you have any idea, please share in the comment below. And now I can just show related to your talking about this longer term approach in the US dollar, because I just watch a lot of things there. I will just show you my screen right now. So if we go to the CAD report right now and watch just to see what the big players are doing, the question is, first I will go to the US dollar index. What I usually like to watch is what non-commercials or large speculators that manage money, what they're doing. So they're with a green color here, and as we can see for the US dollar particularly, even this week we're lower and lower actually. So they do not going in some buying mode related to the US dollar index. Of course, we calculate, I think that they calculate a lot of crosses and Forex to get these charts, but I don't see currently fundamentally nothing that will push dollar higher, and this is a thing that I'm a little afraid my setups, because you're absolutely right, Howard. I'm a little bit short term because I'm watching, couple weeks levels, and if I watch a weekly chart and monthly chart, I cannot find nothing interesting there. Related to the, for example, let me see the euro. If we check the euro and the COT report, we can see really that large speculators are really bullish here, especially if we watch financial traders from TFF report. They're really, really strong buying euro. Of
Yeah.
course,
Would you say that's overextended or not?
no,
Is
no.
that not?
I think that there's no overextend when we watch a COT report, because I saw so crazy things before.
Yeah.
The question is, I think the crucial thing is the first week when we see the change
Mm,
and starting to falling down. I will just give you one example. So if we watch right now the charts, this situation is very similar to the September of the last year, the same levels. For example, British pound dollar high was 1.344 like now, and then from that price 1.344 we went more than 1,000 pips down. And for example, I will just go to see. Let me see first the US dollar index for that period. If we go and watch, I think it was the September of 2024, we started to go up because British pound dollar started to go down. And what we can see there, uh, you can see just here uh, the large speculators. So they're green, and they were bullish, like
mm,
we say. And then when we switch here, uh, they starting to I don't know how to describe this, but I see the change in the COT report.
yeah.
And particularly, you see, this is the date was, I will just find that. Yes, the date was the middle of September. And in that middle of September, nothing happened on the chart.
Mm,
We were pushing, buying, but in the end of the September, we saw the switch in the US dollar and British pound dollar and everything. And after that, everything changed. So I realized that big managers sometimes, even this is very slow, but we need to see some change on the COT report, and very, very soon we will see on the charts.
yeah.
And this is very interesting, because people think that first we will see on the chart and then COT report will change. But as you can see, the date was the 16th September. On the chart, nothing special. On the
Yeah.
chart, only in the beginning of the October we saw the price is changing and
Is
everything.
it is that on that one there where the green line falls very sharply? Is that liquidation?
I think so. Actually, I don't know in which way they present this. I
Mm,
checked the multiple COT reports, very similar change. It's not the same shape, but the same date, 16th September. Something's
yeah.
happened the 16th September, and I will just we can arrange that. We can see the switch here for this year, the March 17. The March 17, I will just check, for example, British pound dollar, just to see what's happened on the chart.
It's not
March.
it's not the sorry to interrupt you. It's not the roll in the futures because they roll typically March, June, September,
Yes,
December.
yes. This is got reported related to the futures market usually.
Okay.
So yes, it's about that because of the dates, of course. But we can see right now. I'm watching British pound on CFDs. Actually, after the March 17, actually this started on the March 20. We
Mm,
started to see how British pound dollar started to go down, for example. So actually, the COT report. Just a couple days before started to switch, and then we saw on the CFD's charts.
interesting.
So it's really beautiful. This is the March 20 for the British pound dollar, for example. I will just go to the US dollar index I'm watching right now, just to see. It's a March 17. Yes, yes, we saw the switch in the US dollar index price on the March 19.
Mm.
So March 19 started, and here we saw this on March 17. So quote reports sometimes can really, if we see the huge switch, can really change everything. So this is why I started to watch this,
Yeah.
because I can get some special deal. I watched the Swiss franc too, because I had one buying position US dollar Swiss. And here, for example, still the Swiss is in the bullish mode. There's no switch or something yet, and I'm watching this. So it's not what I need. I need to see the stronger US dollar and the weaker Swiss. And right now we're still on the same positions. However, I will continue to watch this, and I hope that I will find something. This way of trading is something that Jason Shapiro, the famous trader, used in his trading strategy. He used a lot of COT reports, and he's very good in that. And I saw that. He created. I think that he's managing around $100 million, and the last year he made, I think, around more than 30%.
Nice.
And the best thing is that 5 6 trades are actually the whole profit that he made. And
Yeah.
he
But what
really,
a
really,
big kind of trend moves, huh?
yeah, big trend moves, and he realized that from the COT report. And he uses only two strategies, which is insane for me, but very good strategies. I try to apply that. The first one is this, to watch the COT report and that changing in COT report. And the second thing is news rejection. So, for example, if we have a euro dollar and we're bullish, and we get, for example, a bad news for euro dollar, that euro dollar should go down, and we see the
Yeah.
price completely reject that and start to go up, that's meaning that currency is so strong, and that someone want to push that so high that news cannot do nothing, and it's
Yeah.
really, really good. However, last 1 month the news actually are nothing because of this situation, but I'm waiting that everything be normal in one moment, and that news has some kind of impact, especially inflation reports, for example, when really, really can move the market in one or another direction.
Yeah, and
So
yeah, it's funny. Funny you should say that. We had that action on euro on the dollar on the February, I think February the 12th, when the
yes,
CPI came out, and it was stronger than the market expected, and the dollar shot up instantly. But within a few hours, it completely reversed, and that was the top for the dollar. That was it. Price never seen again, kind of thing. And yeah, I use that sometimes if I'm looking for a trigger and there's a big news event coming out. I like to see the market make a move on the news and then completely reverse it.
yes, I think that big traders, large speculators, they just use that news to find a better level to continue where were before that. So
Yeah,
it's really, really strategy, really good strategy for them. And usually we we are not we are not them, but we can learn from them and to be smarter in the market. And uh, right now, I got the comment here from the Andrew. British pound dollar almost touched the resistance. I will just go back to the British pound dollar just to see what's happened right now to the British pound dollar. Yes. It's right now we are ending the U.S. market open. This 1 hour, last 1 hour is still bullish, but like I said, 1.329 can be interesting level for me, for example, to enter into the trade again, because I see this selling opportunity here. even we are not triggered the blue line, because today is a Friday, and during the Friday, the market is a little bit slower, and we have two directions. You can create maximum two trades. If you know what the market will do, you will be able to make only two trades, one from the A to B and second from the B to something. So there's no a lot of moves during the Friday, and now I see there is a little push down maybe. I hope, Andrew, that British pound dollar will continue down now after the US session, but I want to see one more hour to see how we'll close that hour, and we will see. We will see, of course. If you have some setup, Andrew, you can please ask, and we will discuss more about that. So I will just stop my my screen related to
Yeah.
these charts.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess before I forget, why don't I just quickly show you that trade on the euro with the CPI, what
Oh,
happened there.
yes, yes, beautiful. Just to see
So
that.
okay, so yeah, so this is February the 12th. So the CPI came out, this consumer price index, and it was much better than the market expectation. So the dollar completely shot up. So euro dollar collapsed. So big red candle. But within a couple of hours, the market was making new highs. So all of these sellers were stopped out as the market started going higher. So that for me was like a major buy signal for euro dollar. And I had quite a very good multi-day, multi-week trade on the back of that. And that actually was the bottom of the price was never seen again after that time. So that was the
Yeah.
bottom of the market. So it went up sideways, came down, and then obviously the market basically shot up after that. So it's interesting how it does that. You get that kind of a piece of news comes out, and the market people, they jump on it. They react to the that hits the screen, and they sell instantly or they buy instantly, and they don't think too much. They just see the number, and that's what draws people in, and that's where some of the best traps can form. And I find that trading after a trap has formed is one of the best ways to trade, because once you know that the market has been trapped one way or the other, then that gives you a very good opportunity to trade in the opposite direction for me.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And sometimes, for example, I did the same thing yesterday. I will just show you that, related to the British pound news and report, for example. So yesterday, just before the news, this is the candle. This is the bearish candle before the news, I
Yeah,
think. And at that moment, uh, everyone waiting for the news, and nothing special, because the news were interest rate cut that we already knew that will happen, and nothing special in that moment. But there's votes, because economists, they predicted that 9 members will vote for decrease, but actually 7 of them voted for the decrease, and 2 to hold the interest rate. And that was insane. It was, I think, 10, 15, 20 seconds after that, we got that news. The first one was interest rate, and 10, 15 seconds after that is that. And this is this candle. So we went down after the news, and after 10, 15 seconds, we got the second news. Price started to go up and up and up and up, and it was really crazy. And
mad.
what I did then, I did nothing, because I knew this is the only way that big traders enter to the better position. And
Yeah,
I wait to see some retesting or something. And when I see uh, this 2 candles here, I just made small trade actually on the resistance, and I just wait to see what will happen. And the just price dropped and went down more than 140, 30 pips down. But this is the beautiful thing in trading, when you can get the better position if you have a good bias. And this is something that I talk with Jannie, because I made some statistics in Excel for myself. And when I analyzed every single day, I put what is my bias, intraday bias for every single currency pair. And when 1 month is passed, I calculate and I realize that usually my bias is good and it's a 70% of the time. But when I analyze my trades, I realize that I'm 50% of the time right.
Yeah.
So the bias is very important, because if I don't have a good bias, I can really ruin my account. So this is the very important thing.
Yeah, yeah. I think coming in with a bias is a good idea, because it'll keep you. You know, if you get it wrong and you don't trade, then you don't lose money. But you know, if you trade in the direction of your bias and you're right, then obviously you do very well. And no, it's good to at least that kind of filters out trading patterns or setups which are against your bias and maybe they don't work out.
Yes, it's a huge problem. Especially this day is example for that. So my bias is bearish for British pound dollar and euro dollar, but I'm seeing right now how markets is correcting, pushing up all the time. Even I'm bearish. I can only wait, because if I want to go against the market and the sell or something like that, I will blow my account very soon. So this is the way that patient can change everything. So I think that
Yeah.
there's a quote that the market is the place where patient people take money from impatient traders.
That makes sense.
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes,
think I think that's right. I think that's right. And I think did Jesse Livermore said the best thing is sitting on your hands. You know, most of the
yeah.
time you spend you're sitting on your hands, not doing anything, and waiting for the right opportunity. And I think that's a very strong comment, really.
And I have one question for you, Howard.
Yeah.
When you trigger the trades, for example, or just on the intraday basis, on the swing trade, I realize that you actually use these Elliott waves and the daily, weekly top-down analysis and make a logical moves based on your biases. But when you trade intraday trades, when you want to open during the one day and close in the same day, maybe on the end of the day, what triggers do you usually use to enter into the trade? Do you have some special steps? How do you do that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go through the euro yen one at the moment. So let me just share.
Okay, I'll remove my
Um,
chart.
1 second. Okay. So coming through. Okay, hopefully that should be coming through.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the euro yen one, for example, obviously, the big picture for me is kind of it's quite constructive. It looks quite bullish. As I said before, I think it's kind of on the weekly chart, it's settling in the top end of its range, and it looks to be supported on dips on the weekly chart. Then I come into the daily. So this trade, for example, is really based on the fact that yesterday we saw quite a good strong green candle. So quite a nice kind of upside candle, which confirms this higher low here. So for me, waiting for the pullback deepish into the candle, not too deep, because that would be an issue. Maybe like 30, 40, 50% of the candle is a good place to think about a buy zone. And once you're into the buy zone, and then onto the shorter term chart. So I look at 15 and 30-minute charts really. So on this one, so really I was looking at the structure here, in that the market has the swing to the upside, a correction, breaks through
Yes.
support, resistance rather, this line, and then we're coming back into it. So for me, I got in just within this consolidation. I think this is kind of made its higher low above the broken resistance. So just really triggers and things, really just looking at shorter term intraday charts to give me the trigger with a tight stop. So my stop at the moment is back below this line, back under this kind of wave one high. because I'm seeing this as a kind of wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, and then I'm looking for a retest of the high and maybe beyond. Depends, because obviously we're at the end of the week. I don't know whether we'll get the push through to make the 5th wave up to 164.40 or something, but I'm looking really I'm targeting the swing high at the moment, and that might be enough for me for the day. But we'll kind of see. I'll probably take 50% profits if we get there, and then let it run a bit further. So that's really how I'm approaching this particular trade. I'll move my stop up as we get closer and closer to the high. I'll move my stop up to limit the risk.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's very good. So I really like that. I realized that this retesting to retest the zone is a really good trigger for a lot of trades. I would just show on my charts, for example. I'm watching right now the British pound futures, because sometimes they use volume profiles, and I can get a real volume profiles when I trade in the futures market. But what is the good thing? I like, for example, I would just try to really zoom in the moment, for example, from the yesterday, when I was ready to enter into the trade and to make a sell order. So the same thing. Look this. So we got first this level 1.334. We touched that. There was a rejection. Retest that, rejection. Retest again, rejection. So 3 times or 2 times rejection, 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 some retest, and then price start to go down. And then I feel really comfortable to enter into the trade, put my stop a little bit above that area where was a retesting, and then to go down. So it's a really good strategy. Right now I put in my chart the free indicator on trading view. It's called the breakout and retest. It looks similar to this strategy, but adding one more thing to do. It's watching the buyers and sellers based on volume. So 2 completely different indicators, one watching retesting zones and other volumes. And if they're just on the same side, it's just push on the chart here, and you can see how many times when we retest and we have for example, here we have a better more sellers than buyers on the volume side, plus we retest multiple times time zone, so rejection, and after that price just go down. And this can be applied on any kind of the chart. We can do that even on the daily chart, or I like, for example, especially on 4-hour chart, which can be really interesting for I think that for every single trader, because I think that price levels, support, resistance, rejections, I think that this is the most common and the best tool that we can use in trading. So I like that. I like that at all. Yeah, only nice. Problem that I have with the British pound dollar when I trade a similar strategy as you, Howard, is that British pound dollar very often has a crazy spikes. I start to be bearish, retest the zone, everything is fine, start to go down, and then make some crazy move, go up there, touch my stop loss, and then continue to go down. So just because that kind of volatility sometimes push me to put very often a bigger stop loss.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, like a volatility type stop to give it more room, kind of thing.
Yes. So then I really can be relaxed, because I hate when I have good bias, a good entry point, everything is fine, and I just hit the stop loss because of some crazy temporary spike. So,
yeah. It's what you're saying. Your bias is right, maybe 70% of the time, but you might be 50% right in the trading, and that might be the reason, because of the that kind of randomness sometimes. And the bigger stop can keep you in the trade.
Yes, yes, and it's sometimes, for example, we see, especially when I trade British pound dollar, some spikes, some push. It's a unnatural, touch some level, and then we continue in my bias. Everything is okay, everything is fine, but we make some extra 30-40 pips in the opposite side, and this is the I really don't know what to expect then. So it's I don't like that. But in that case, we have euro dollar, for example, which is usually a little bit boring but smaller volatility. And when I enter into trade, I can really relax because it's really slower than British pound dollar. So
Yeah,
so
yeah,
uh,
I found that. Yeah, it's not quite as choppy. Yeah.
Yes, yes, it's a really a good thing. And I just want to ask you, do you use in your trading volume profiles and anything relating with volume?
To be honest, no. I don't. I'm not looking that close at the thing. I'm not looking granular like 1 minute charts or smaller tick charts or anything like that. So, my trades are kind of more of like a holding for a few hours, if they're kind of intraday trades, rather than kind of scalping and looking for maybe 10, 15 pips. So I don't. It doesn't really work for me on that.
Yes, yes. I
Uh,
just yesterday
I'm
talked
sure. I'm
about.
sure there's some very good information though. I'm sure it
Yes,
helps you with.
I would just give you some. I analyze some moments and my most profitable trades, for example, in last
Yeah.
year, and I realized that my best trades were trades when I enter in a swing position and make 200, 300 pips in very short period of time. And I just try to see what's happened there, and I figure out, for example, that volume profiles are very good for just to evaluate the strengthness of the price level, just to get additional confirmation. And I will just give an example. Right now, I'm watching British pound dollar futures because the volume and the setup that's similar to today's setup. We were just the end of the September around the same levels like we are now, for example. And what's happened there is that I watch the volume profiles there and find to see the low volume profile. And look this. It's very the letters are very small, so you cannot read. But this volume profile here, it has 180K in futures market. And above this is a volume profile of 11. So, 16 times less.
Yeah. Big.
So it's
So a real kind
really,
of gap.
yes, yes. And I realized that this gap, it's not the gap just in 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week. It's for whole year. And when I go to the past, maybe 50 years, and analyze the volume profiles, I can figure out some price levels where price is really fast. So look this. This is the low volume profile. Look this candle here.
Yeah. Straight down.
Straight down. So I can take 200 pips in 1 day just because I know that there is that point. So I just talked yesterday about that. If we start to go down and we went below 1.3215, for example, and start to go down, we will have very strong push down up to the 1.313, because in this area we have very low volume profile. And this is something that really I started to analyze that. I think the Sam is really good in volume profiles. He's trading indices there, but we can trade anything because the rules are very similar whatever asset we trade.
Yeah.
But I think that these low volume profiles are really good, really good to spot on the chart and exploit that, because it's really repeats. I just went 10 years ago, and really that low volume profiles there, even on the daily, weekly chart, are really, really interesting because you have really strong push there. So I think the traders that watch can try that, because today we have a lot of free indicators related to the volume, especially that net volume, or delta flow volume, where we just calculate and buy and sell and see the difference there. And it's really good. And on the opposite side, what I like to see is to find a counterpoint with a high volume. So if I find a high volume, look this, the same chart, daily chart. So here, this volume here, believe it or not, it's around 1.273 level. It's institutional level. So if I go to the 9085, I went really, really in the past, 50 years in the past, and I can find that level. Believe or not, the same level. It's crazy. It's crazy thing. And I just thought
Amazing how that works.
Yes, yes,
amazing how that works.
Yes, and look this level, how that institutional level is strong. This is the high volume level. Look this. We touched that just on April 7th and went down. It went up. It's insane. And I just talked with one trader. He's an older trader. He's my friend. He's trading without leverage because they have a lot of money when they trade for hedge funds. And he's really old. He has more than 60 years old, and he told me that when he was young, they didn't have computers, and when they need to trade, they put these price levels on the paper, and they mark that, and they say, okay, this level is important, or this level is not important, and they trade only that without the charts. And they use technical analysis, drawing on the paper, similar like we do. But
point and figure charts.
Yes,
X's and O's.
but the question is that strategy, that they know that there is a low volume profiles and high volume profiles, and they use that strategy, 50, 60 years ago, and they made money. And today, of course, when I start to think about that, we can do the same thing. Just sometimes we need to analyze, and this is, I like that you do. You take the weekly, monthly chart. Sometimes I know it's boring because I watch a monthly chart and I trade euro dollar, British pound, but when I watch, I can get the better bias. I can feel the market better. I can know some price levels better, to know that one level is very, very important. For example, if like British pound dollar start to go down, I know that at 1.313, because it's a strong institutional level, we'll have reaction, and I know if we touch that and I have a trade there, I will close my trade, even I made a profit, because that there will be the reaction.
It's like a big area of interest, isn't it?
Yes, and this price level 1.273 that we are talking about, it's so strong level, and that there will be the reaction. So I need to react too. So it's really really important. And I saw that Andrea Alessio Berti talking about 1.344. Yes, it's a strong price level, Andrew, because I think it's a multiple time was the weekly close, weekly low, weekly high, and because of that, some price levels are very, very important, even for us retail traders, because we know that it will be some switch there, something will happen, reaction will happen there. So it's beautiful when that happens, because I believe in technical analysis again.
It restores your belief, doesn't it?
Yes, it's beautiful.
I must admit, I've had a similar kind of thing with some of these moves lately, on the weekly charts, like crude oil, for example. It broke that descending triangle pattern, did a retest and went down again. And it's amazing how this stuff really does work, you know, particularly on the longer term charts, when you, because not everybody's focused on the long term charts.
Yes.
Everyone's looking at, you know, hourly charts and 15-minute charts and things like that when you're
Yes,
trading.
because,
But
because we have time and nothing special happens in the market right now. Can you show the crude oil and that example just to see on the chart?
absolutely,
Just to
sure thing. 1 second. Let's do it. 1 second. We'll share the screen. So present. Okay. I'll also show. I've just bought some euro dollar as well for a multi-day. So I'll show that as well. So trading platform. So first thing, the crude oil.
yes,
So yeah, can you see the screen there?
yes.
Yeah. So we had that kind of descending triangle on NYMEX crude. So basically, the floor was this low, which was like $64 or so. Up it goes, comes back down, lower high, down, lower high, back down to the line. Up it goes, makes another kind of lower high there, back down to the line. A little narrow kind of shallow correction, and then boom, straight down. So yeah, so we kind of break through it with big violence, snaps back up, corrective
Yes,
bounce, and it tops
retesting.
out,
Yes,
retest, and down we go again. You know, and if you look at these technical analysis books from way back, you know that this is the kind of stuff they show you, and they can give you some pretty good ideas, I think, as to how the markets really work.
yeah,
So we had that one. Um, what else is there? On the S&P as well, I think did a similar kind of thing. Just looking on the S&P on the weekly. So before the breakdown, so what it did was it had that double top on the
yes,
weekly chart, and then it had the retest. So here's the kind of double top at the end of the bull market. So it broke and closed below it, down a bit. Then it kind of retested it, and then reversal, boom, straight down.
yes.
Amazing how this stuff really does work.
Good,
And
good.
now we're coming back up to retest the line, which is interesting. So maybe that'll be interesting to see what happens if we get close to this line, because this is a big resistance area on the S&P.
Yes, it's beautiful.
But yeah, just to show you how my faith in technical analysis is still very much intact.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So
And then Donald Trump makes some kind of the tweet, and all our technical analysis disappear.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, just for a day or so, you know, while he like yeah, it's interesting how that can affect things. So yeah, so euro dollar, I've just taken a long position at 112.80. Just basically getting back in early stages, a small position. Stop is going to be down kind of around the lows. Maybe we have seen the low for the correction, but it's early days. So this is one I'm going to be holding over the weekend, I think. Whereas the euro
Beautiful.
yen, I don't think I'll be holding that one over the weekend. That'll just be a kind of short-term trade. But this one, it's kind of, I'm looking for the low. Today we broke down through yesterday's low, and we snapped back, and here we are. We're pushing through the midpoint of yesterday and above. So it could turn out to be a nice bullish engulfing candle, or you know, a piercing line, or whatever you want to call it, and then that may be the bottom of the market today. So that's just something to watch. I'm not too sure what's happening with sterling. Maybe a similar kind of idea there. Let's see. So sterling, yeah, similar kind of idea there, where we've got big support down here, and yesterday looked quite bearish. Today we make a new low, and here we are coming back into the range. So maybe just maybe today was the low. We'll
Yes,
see.
yes,
We'll see.
yes,
It's early days yet. It's early days, but you got to start somewhere. You know, start small. And as if the market starts to move higher, then I'll be looking to add maybe Monday. But we'll for now, I've just got a small position on euro dollar, and we'll see how we go over the weekend, kind of thing.
beautiful, beautiful, Howard. It's really. I hope you the best for you. And just I'm watching right now British pound dollar because we are really, really high here. And I just watch the price levels and the volume right now. So we are approaching one very strong resistance level right now. So in this moment, based on the volume on the futures and based on the real price, we are very, very, very near to the. I will just share that on the screen, just Andrew to see. He's talking about British pound dollar app up. Yes. So right now it's happened that I'm talking about related to the session that we in the beginning of this session. So right now we touch this blue line and we are here right now. So I think that British pound dollar right now can go down because the whole day we're going up, and now it is the time to go down because, like I said, we have one from A to B and from B to A the whole day during the Friday. So the Friday trading is very simple for trading. I remember I was working as a trader more than 10 years ago, and there was one message on the wall, and that message was never buy Friday's high, never sell Friday's low. And
Yeah.
I remember that. So this is the, if someone wants to be bullish and to enter right now, even maybe we will break this blue line right now. It's nothing. It's just a blue line. It's my blue line. It's not the markets. But what I want to say is that the Friday is so crazy day in the week when usually we don't make some major moves anywhere during the Friday. And if this happens right now, so for example, I do not expect today to see 1.34 or something or 100 pips above this level right now. So usually we are oscillate somewhere, touch some level, and then we react in opposite way. So this is, I expect, for example, right now that from this level right now, we're going down. We're going down. And after that, to be on some middle point, I need to check, for example, I will say what I expect for today, just to see the futures. I will put the delta flow again in the indicator. If you Andrew in the position right now, okay, so I think this level, just to put on 1 hour chart to see which level is. No, we'll put the 30 minutes for intraday session. Yes, so there is a high probability that today maybe we finish around 1.329 or something, something in the middle. And right now, I hope that the price will react here because this trend line is really visible right now. And I think that the other traders will react to, because this trend line is 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's 5 times we touch the same trend line, so it's a little bit strange. I think that it will hold. If it doesn't, then I think, Howard, we are starting to see something really, really big in price for the US dollar. But look this, the price of the US dollar is really, it's down, but it's above 100. So I think here we have several resistance. I will just show this horizontal line here. Another, this price level here, as you can see, it was the high for multiple days on the May 4, May 6, May 8, and now we are here. So it's really interesting. US dollar index is on important price level right now, and on the other side, the British pound dollar on the similar side. So I think it's a really good moment for the sell trade, in my opinion, because I think that this will hold. So maybe I will enter another sell position here. Just want to see a couple minutes and end of this session, but I think that price will start to go down here, and I think that other traders see that the same. US dollar index, just to check for the euro dollar. On euro dollar, I think we broke this trend line, which can be interesting too. So I don't know. It's this is worrying me because this is broken here. What do you think, Howard, right now for this price level?
Yeah, I mean, I say I've gone in at 112.80. I like the fact that it has broken above that. I mean, obviously, yeah, the pound is still below. I'm not sure where the dollar index is in terms of the same trend. Has dollar index done a similar break yet, or not? Not quite.
It's just on the support. I just showed that it's an important support, but it's a downside, but still up above 100.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So well, as I say, for me, I'm looking for the thing to for euro to make its low. So if we can, settle above around these levels and start to move higher, then that could be quite good. I think 113.20 is really kind of the trigger on this kind of short-term stuff. But I'm taking a small position, looking for maybe today is the low.
Yes, quite interesting. So maybe I will add one position right now. It's really interesting for me. So I will go and do that because I think that I need to respect this my trend line and my bias, even that I'm not 100% comfortable with the trade because of the movement of the whole day movement. But this is the just to find. Can you see? Yes. Okay, so you can see my two positions right now on my platform. I have a buy order for US dollar Swiss, and I have a sell order for British pound dollar already from the yesterday. Of course, what I will do right now is I will little play with this. I will move my stop loss to the break even for one trade. So I will put my stop loss to be 3,314. So this trade, if I lose, it's break even. And I will add another trade here, which I will put a bigger stop loss just to check again. I will put my stop loss at, okay, my stop loss will be 3,355. And I will take profit at 313. It will be like a swing trade. So we will see what will happen here. Either I will have two good positions, either only one or one bad, but I'm protected because I move stop loss for one trade and I will not risk a lot. And I hope that we will see some movement interesting right now. And we will see will market respect my trend line. So
you never know.
yeah. So the Richard, he has a very good sentence. Very often he says trading gods. So he believe in trading gods. So it's
there is a trading god.
So it can be good. So just to answer to the Andrew. So of course the market is not perfect right now, but on 30-minute chart I drew a trend line. That trend line touched the five times point, five dots. So I connected five dots. This trend line is a really strong trend line. So we can break. I don't know. The market is crazy. But I believe that Friday is not for that. But if that happens. If not, it's not. I don't worry. I will have only one small losing trade. Now I have 2 trades in the same direction, bearish direction, and we will see can I enter can I hit the target. In this case, because now I have 2 trades, my plan will be with 1 trade I will try to touch 1.313 level, which is really far if the market is going that direction. And with another trade, I will close if we hit today's low, 1.3215. And in that case, I will somehow make profit if that happens. If the market goes in the other way, no problem. I will have only 1 losing trade. So I think it's fair.
Okay. Just something I've noticed on dollar index before we go.
Yes, please.
Let me just put that up there. A nice technical setup on the daily, actually. You can see that. Looking
yes,
looking a bit flaggy to me on the daily.
Yes.
If not wedgy, could be a wedge because these 2 lines are converging, so it could be a kind of a rising wedge, which is typically a bearish continuation pattern. So again, something to watch. I guess the trigger on this one would be breaking through the lower trend line, which is just a bit below yesterday's low. So that could be another kind of sell trigger on if you're looking for a multi-day. If you're trading off the daily charts, this could be a good place to sell the breakout if we get that breakout through there on the rising wedge. But for me, a continuation pattern in a bear market. I guess a little bit similar to this one in some respects in a bull market, where you had that kind of pattern there, and it wedged out a little bit. And I guess you're doing that there. Not as good, actually, not as good as this one, because this one looks like it's kind of stuck in the channel type thing. But you get the idea. Kind of the trend is up. The market does this kind of sideways to down correction, profit taking, and then eventually we break through the line and up we go. Same thing here. Eventually we break through the line and down we go. So that's my prognosis on dollar index on the daily chart.
Yes, beautiful. When I did that, so we have different biases, and because we can always watch in a different way some things. And I will just share you how I decided to be bullish for US dollar. So it's a really, so I took the relative strength index indicator and put it on the daily chart. And what I did, and I do that very often, I drove the trend line on the relative strength index indicator. And when I did that, I realized that on the end of the month, at the end of the April, we started to go up. And we broke this trend line on the RSI. And we made one small retest, and then we start to go up. And this is why I believe that US dollar will go up just purely technically. Of course, you are completely right, Howard, because when we go to the weekly, the bias is a little bit different, and we're still very, very bullish on the market. We're maybe just right now something doing, but I don't know. It's really tricky. The weekly chart is not as the daily chart for me, and we will see what will happen here. So I will watch, and I hope that you and I will make profit.
Exactly. Different time frames.
Perfect. This is the perfect strategy for me and too. So right now we are almost the end of this session, if I'm not wrong. So first, I just want to thank you, Andrew, for your questions and your comments. And please, whenever you have
Andrew.
some setup or anything, please write, and we will try to answer that. And on the other side, just to thank you, Howard, for your analysis and
Pleasure.
Your look on the market and your Elliott waves and your weekly charts. So thank you a lot for this, and
Pleasure.
I wish you first the great weekend.
You too.
So
Enjoy, and Andre, everybody else, enjoy the weekend, and I'm back on Monday.
excellent, excellent. So greetings, and see you the next week.
Take care.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Well, it's going.
It's going. It's Friday.
The wheels are
It's
turning.
Friday. Yeah, it's just been such a frustrating day. Like the market just doesn't want to play into my hands.
Does it ever?
Just doesn't want to. Yeah, occasionally, but this week it was just nothing. Like I've been waiting on this pound US dollar for so long, and last night we finally, when Igor took that trade. So I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if he slept like a beauty queen or whether he closed the trade, but I think he closed the trade probably. I don't know. I have no idea. But that was a very nice move. I was waiting for a close below. We did get the close below, so obviously I was very happy about that. But then that's just kind of like a part or a piece of the puzzle. It's like, okay, we get that. You don't just enter there. So I was waiting for a pullback. I'll show you quickly.
Yeah.
First of all, let me just quickly.
Yeah, you do that. I'm going to chart something.
Okay.
Be a team effort.
Team effort, absolutely. All right. So yeah, this is where I've marked out this. Let me just quickly recap that. Right. So if you zoom out, that's the head and shoulders pattern. And
Right.
we got the close below, so we've been trading below it. We made these kind of very strong lower wicks, and I mean, if you just look at the 1 hour time frame here, like while this the pound US dollar was on its way to break that low. Sorry, I'm on MT5 now. I've been trading on MT4 for so many years, and now I got to be on MT5, and it's going to take some time to get used to it.
Sure.
But the way it just dropped below that, I mean, you can. It's the probability is incredibly small for it to just keep going like that. It had to pull back. So then I used the flip levels. They're pretty much identical to what I did to the Bitcoin trade. Remember, you get the pattern and then you wait for the pullback. But that's exactly what I did here. So I took the flip levels from that latest high to the low, and the 50 looked very promising. We got a rejection there, but the next candle didn't want to follow through. It didn't want to break that. It's not just that. If you look at the 4 hour time frame, this candle is a pretty strong reversal candle. I thought, okay, maybe let's just wait for a close on the 4 hour and see how that kind of plays out. But it didn't stop there. It went to the 61.8, and then we got that little rejection. Yeah, this is the 1 hour time frame. Like, okay, that looks pretty promising so far, but not good enough. It needs to reverse. So we need to get a bearish candle. Now, this candle pierced pretty strongly through it, but we still got the 4 hours. So the 4 hour can still close below that, and that would be ideal. Right. So I'm still waiting. It's not gone yet. And even the next 4 hours, but it's Friday. So it's just one of those things. But we'll see what happens. What happens in this next candle. Hopefully we can take this. If we can take this body out, then that would be a very strong rejection on the 61.8. But it's not on yet. It's not on yet. If this just carries on, I'm going to have to look at everything again and see where's the next potential resistance. But do you see what I mean? It just doesn't want to kind of play into my hands. It just doesn't want to give me an entry. So, and that's been the case this whole week. I mean, earlier this week, just to give you a quick recap for you, Paul, is, we've been, I mean, all my lines is now gone, but yeah, I mean, the 61.8 was around, I can quickly draw it, can't I? Objects from that high to that low. So we pierced through there. I'm like, I don't like it. The next 4 hour candle did break below it. But I don't really like this formation. This would be very different to if we get, say, like an engulfing candle right here. Like if it completely takes out that body, it will be very different to what you can see over here. Right. So anyway, so we came back down to the low, like, okay, are we going to get a close? Oh, no, we're not going to get a close. Oh, we're coming back down again. We are getting the close. Great. And now it's like, okay, are you going to reject? Are you going to reject at a key level for me? No, not yet anyway. So that's been the whole week. Just waiting. Just nothing wants to happen. So not that price, not as if the price did move, but it's all, none of it is really, especially if you want to get a very good risk reward ratio and everything else that counts and matters. There's just nothing was lining up, and that's still the case today. So anyway, so that's the pound US dollar. But on the daily, the only thing I don't like about the daily now is do you see that really strong rejection candle? And it's also coming obviously off a support. So I mean, yeah. So it's almost in that kind of mixed signal territory. But if you go even
I don't know. It looks a bit like a inverse head and shoulders
on the daily. Yeah, that peak, those three peaks. No, you can see that. I mean, it's even more clear, obviously, on the 4 hour, because the 4 hour is a very good breakdown of the daily time frame. Under the bonnet kind of thing. If you want to see what the daily candle is made up out of, just look at the 4 hour time frame. Oh, yeah, you're right. So you get those three. So it's just not a good time to enter. It's just not a good time to enter right now. But I may change my tune at the end of this hour, but I don't think so. It's Friday and it's already pretty late in the afternoon. So I doubt anything's going to happen today. So I'll just wait for Monday and see how price action behaves, and draw my levels on this platform if I can find the tools, and then see.
I'm glad I'm not the only one this week struggling with
Oh man, I may have to go over to TradingView, because there's not enough data on this MT5 platform. I'll give you an example. Look at Bitcoin. Well, I can't do analysis here. It's impossible. I can draw a line there, for example, and say, okay, now let's see if I want to go back. Then it goes, and then what? Where's price action? There's this blip here, and it shows the high was 954,000, which is, I mean, every Bitcoin investor's dream. But that's obviously just a blip in the data. So I can't do analysis on Bitcoin, unfortunately. I'm going to have to, and I've never used TradingView either. So,
oh, really?
No, I don't use it. I don't need to. There's no zero need for me to, because
you just close your eyes, you sense the market, and you just know, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I only look at say the pound US dollar and Bitcoin and gold now and then, and then the NASDAQ is on a different platform. So there's no need for me for TradingView at all. I mean, the charts and the patterns and the indicators I use, as you know, is basically just the horizontal line, diagonal line, and Fibonacci levels. I don't need it. I don't need it. But now I may have to go over there because this is not going to work.
Well, TradingView is nothing to be scared of. It's all good.
No, it's just, well, you know what it's like when your new platform is like, where's that button? Where do you find, where's the FIP levels? Where's the
your workflow gets interrupted for sure.
Yeah, so it's just will take a couple of days, but I'll get there. All right, so Bitcoin, I'm a bit blind. I don't know what's going on there. This is the Aussie Swiss trade that I spoke about. We're waiting for, I just quickly want to show you, hopefully. Yeah, okay. This is obviously the support level. This was the support level it broke through. And on the weekly time frame, I can't show you where it broke through because this is as far as it goes back. It doesn't go,
Right.
you know. So, but just believe me when I say that is.
I don't.
That is,
I'm sorry. I need evidence.
it broke through the support level there, and then it came to retest. We got a beautiful rejection. Now we just need to find the entry, and on the smaller time frames, the 4 hour ideally. The 4 hour, and you could potentially go down to the 1 hour, but nothing smaller. You'll see even here, I've removed the smaller time frames, the 1 minute, 5 minute, and 15 minute, and the half an hour. And it's just basically to kind of make a point that you don't really need, or you shouldn't really go smaller than that, right? When you look for entries or patterns and so on, especially if you identify opportunities on longer time frames. So the daily, so we got that rejection, very good. Now we need to find an entry on the 4 hour time frame. I just drew those Fibonacci levels. Now here, this looks like a rejection, right? Look on the 4 hour. But if you look at the 1 hour time frame, and this is also got a lot to do with, why does this look so different? Oh yeah, okay. So this bearish candle, okay, this is not where it touched the 50. This is where it touched the 50 on the 1 hour. Right. So it didn't quite break that low, but this is the 1 hour candle just before the market, or the daily candle closed, and then the new daily started like that. This is when I'm sleeping, and today we came back to the 50, but now because it came back to the 50 is not that strong. The 50 is not that strong anymore, so we can expect, I think, a move to the 61.8, and then we'll see how price behaves at that point. While this candle was busy forming, it looked like it's going to form a really strong rejection candle there. That would have made for, I would have entered the trade then, but with a pretty wide stop loss. The stop loss would have been over here somewhere. And that is just to allow for it to come back to the 61.8 and reject there, and then come back down, so I can, add a second position. But that didn't happen. So you can see the 1 hour, even though it's bearish, it closed inside this candle's range. So that's not really a very strong rejection. And then the 4 hour, kind of making a doji and another doji. So we'll see what happens on Monday. Yeah, but this is still in play, but not ready to take. It's the same with the pound US dollar, basically. It's just not quite ready to take. What else have I got? Oh, the NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ, I've got my 200 EMA on here, as you can see. Yeah. My 200 EMA. It's not showing because there's not even 200 candles on the chart. It shows on the 4 hour, but not on the daily. So yeah, kind of few teething problems there. But yeah, we're still there. That's the resistance area. I think we can still definitely go there, and we'll see if we reject off that level. I think we can potentially expect that. But yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ for me has been pretty difficult to read for a while now. Very difficult to read. And also, everything that's going on. I just don't know what to expect. I'm just going to trade off key levels as always. And that is a key level right there for me, 23.51, and see if we get a rejection of that. If we do, I'll go short. But yeah, so the NASDAQ is the 200 EMA, even though you can't see it, you got to believe me, it's over there. It's there somewhere, right? The 200 EMA is there. And then the other one is gold. So we'll just quickly have a kind of give a recap on gold. Yeah, in yesterday's session we were trading up. Obviously, we broke through there, and then we had a retest, and that came down quite nicely. We talked about a potential take profit area, and I just, I always use the FIP levels, as you know. Objects with FIP levels, okay, from the low to the high, and then target the 61.8. Okay, that's not going to work. Let me try again. Okay, I'm going to try it again. Okay, so from that low to the bear with me, I'll get there. There we go. Okay, that's the 61.8. So if you did manage to get an entry there and you target the 61.8, it's also in the kind of this confluence right on this little pivot here. That support level there, beautiful confluence there. So that that would have been a really nice area to target. But in terms of reversing the position, I'm not so sure if that's something I would have been interested in, just because of the whole structure looks a bit messy to me. Even though I can see it's pushing up, but I mean, would I be interested in the long right now? I don't think so. If I just zoom, you see, this is a pretty messy kind of. Okay, so we've got that. Yeah, this is the daily time frame, and we are in a pretty kind of messy situation. I say we're in a. It almost looks like a very, like, if this is the 1 hour time frame, I would say, look, we're in this kind of messy range here. Ideally, we'll come down to the 3166 level. Whether that's going to happen, I don't know. But there's nothing at the moment that lines up that I feel that is worth looking at gold right now. I think this short opportunity yesterday was probably, I mean, that's really all there was. Okay, that just a breakout and retest. And by the way, breakout and retest is should definitely be part of your playbook. It is a very, very reliable strategy and a way of trading. Never take the breakout, always take the retest. Okay, because breakouts, like if you were to take this breakout, where's your stop loss? Like, where would you target? Where's your stop loss? Are you going to put it above this candle over here? I mean, it's easy to show you in hindsight, because when this new candle was forming, or when this new candle started, I mean, we don't know exactly what this looked like. Did it first push lower and then push up and made that higher wick, and then came lower? It's very difficult to trade breakouts. It's much safer. The probability is much higher to take the retest, and that should, in my opinion, be part of everybody's playbook.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most it's the entry which is it's the best entry most consistently across different trading environments. There's not many scenarios which the retest isn't helpful. So for sure.
Yeah, I think even on Bitcoin, like if we go to smaller times, you see, this was the one. I'm pretty sure this was in our session yesterday. Maybe it wasn't. I can't remember. But anyway, so this was also a breakout and a retest. Forgive me if I can't find it. Well, you don't have to forgive me, but there we go. Okay, so
I'm a forgiving person.
Was that yeah? This was remember that 94.3432. I hope I can see it. No, I won't be able to find it, because I don't think we can go back far enough. No, it's not that far. 94.300. Okay, sorry, I can't see it on this platform. But anyway, there was that 99.400 level. Paul, you maybe when you show your charts, you can just show that resistance level that we found on the 4 hour time frame. Remember that was part of that messy kind of double top or whatever it was. So that was the resistance area, and we got that breakout there. And this is a pretty decent retest, okay? And I always say, like, always make sure when there's a retest that there's some sort of space. You don't really want, like, say this breakout candle, and the very next one is a bearish one, and the very next one is a bullish one. That is not a breakout and retest. Breakout and retest in how I trade anyway, is I want to see a little bit of space there. It needs to look like it's taking off, okay? And then it comes back and retest it. And then The entry right here would be like when you have a bullish candle, which is here, and then the next candle breaking the previous candle's high. It always has to follow through, because because what happens a lot of the time with false breakouts is it looks like, yeah, there we go, and then this new candle will go, it will push up, but it just can't break that high and comes back down and forms like some sort of doji, and the next candle just drops. So it's just that extra bit of confirmation. Make sure it actually follows through. So on the pound US dollar, it's okay, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Anyway, so here on the 50, when I was the 50 was, we got that bearish candle here, right? That look, I already explained to you why I wasn't interested in just that alone, because of the very strong 4-hour candle, right? This very strong 4-hour candle, didn't really like that. I do like this very strong rejection wick. It just depends now on how this 1-hour candle is going to close. But anyway, the point is, like, when you get like that rejection of the 50% Fibonacci retracement level, and you're like, oh, this could be it, you need to wait for the next candle to actually break the low. This came pretty close, but it didn't break the low. And that's why that extra bit of confirmation is very, very important. This is not a breakout and retest, but same principle applies, right? You want to make sure there is a follow through. It does actually continue in the direction that you expect it to go. That's a little bit of detail, a little bit of like just that final confirmation that will save you plenty of losing trades. Right. So anyway, so you're on the Bitcoin, that retest there, you take the trade when it breaks that high. Okay. And where we are right now with Bitcoin, I'm a little bit blind again, because this is all I can see. That will be different from Monday. But for this session, I'm like one of those mice with dark sunglasses and a stick. Okay. All right, but it looks like we're ranging to the side. I don't know. Bitcoin went all the way to 100, looks like 104,000, just above 104,000. So that's pretty good. I think it's definitely going to make new highs. Let's have a look. Okay, and then I've got. We already spoke about the NASDAQ. We went through gold. So, what is the Aussie Swiss doing right now on the 1-hour time frame? Okay, yeah, I spoke about that, right? Like we just closed inside this candle. I think it's going to go to the 61.8. That is it for now. Over to you, Paul, and we will. I will add things, and maybe I'll take that that pound US dollar trade if we can get that inside candle below the 61.8.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look what's going on. Okay, so just let me know when you can see my chart, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Bitcoin 12-hour chart. We've been looking at this chart all week, paying attention to the golden cross, and it was this golden cross which, started to make us question whether we were going to have an immediate pullback to kind of this area, which is what we've been talking about. Now, obviously, news and so forth is impacting some of these things, but we had a clear break above the point of control and we came back down. So we did say earlier in the week that a move upwards to here would be on the cards, but we're now kind of running into resistance. Now, this resistance zone is a little bit ambiguous, like a lot of the ranges which have been in this area. But anything obviously above here is breaking essentially all-time highs, which is fast approaching. Now, the issue people need to be paying attention to is, of course, that don't get carried away with this move, right? We're up in this range, that's fine, but sellers are going to be here in force, at least for the first attempt, because people who have bought down here or bought here will be looking to take profits for sure, and people who got stuck in their positions up here may decide to take profits as well. So just bearing in mind there's going to be a lot of volatility in selling action, and even if Bitcoin does manage to pop its head up above here, the first attempt is not really something you want to be trading with the all-time highs for sure, because as I said, and we talked about this previously, but anytime there's a first touch of any resistance level or support level in a while, then it's typically going to get a rejection from there. At least that's how you need to presume that until you see something else. But I mean, if you imagine the other scenario where we come up here and then we just continue upwards, then sure, okay, coming back down here, but launching from this point isn't going to give me a lot of confidence to come back down here for even to buy the entry. So, and a lot of buyers are going to feel that way. So if we come up here, we're probably going to come back down into this area anyway. So extreme caution here, and obviously this is the most logical place to enter for a pullback, as we've got a nice confluence with the points of control and the 50 soon coming in. So yeah, it's definitely a waiting game, but this is I'd expect a bit of a tussle potentially here, especially as it's got a little bit of a news pump vibes to it. But yeah, that's Bitcoin. I mean, really straightforward. Just have to wait and see what happens. But it's Friday, so we should be waiting to see where we are on Tuesday. Let's have a look. Now, the key thing we need to be paying attention to is Ethereum, of course, because we've been lamenting the fact that Ethereum has long since lost this pattern, but now we've finally come back in, and this is the barometer for the sentiment in the altcoin market, right, for Ethereum. So, and this move here is implying that people are now thinking, okay, all this horrible stagnant stop-start trading might be over now, and they start to enter the positions. This is the conversation we've been having all week about the potential for a pivot and a shift. And if we turn to, I mean, this is we'll look at that in a second, but this is Bitcoin dominance, and this is where we were just yesterday. And look at this. This is a significant amount of money coming into the altcoin market proportionally, which means essentially the last 24 hours, the altcoin market is growing significantly bigger than Bitcoin, and that's what we want to see. And this trend, this intermediate trend has definitely been broken. And if you look at this 2-hour chart, I mean, that's great. That's exactly what we wanted to see. And if we look at some altcoins, this is Pepe. They've had the same reaction. And this was I've just posted this in the Discord channel. This was a setup we posted on 29th of April, and it was 2 options: support buy here or a breakout trade. And obviously things have turned a little bit bullish. So, we've got the breakout. So you're going to need to be waiting for a retest. But we're cooking on the RSI, so presume it's going to come back down here. Don't chase any of these moves. Just don't chase them. It's a single move, right? And this is good, but come back to, speaking of the retest, come back down for the retest. Let it come to you. Don't chase it. Sorry. That's just my dog.
Hello, doggy.
She's very vocal. So yeah, just be very mindful, right? Don't get caught up in the fervor, right? It's a nice move from Bitcoin. We've confirmed a solidarity with this upper range, and you can see here we're now above the point of control for this upper range, which means so there's a lot of buyers in this area. So this is a good place to potentially come in if you're looking for a short-term or medium-term trades. But just this is a bit of a danger zone for Bitcoin, because we think of this move. Now this is essentially where the sellers are, right? If we look at this, if you go back to when we broke this back in November, really this is the range, right? It's just, and we knew that when we were up here, because we just skipped straight above this, so we knew we needed to come back down, touch the bottom of this range. This is kind of what you've been talking about, yeah, honestly. And now we're coming back up to touch the top, so you have to presume there's going to be a rejection there until you see anything else. And seeing as it's all-time highs, it doesn't get a stronger resistance level. There isn't a stronger resistance level on the chart, so you need to bear that in mind. So anyone who's reading news articles right now saying Bitcoin's going to the moon, Bitcoin's 250k tomorrow, don't enter here, right? Get your optimal entry, right? Of course, it's a difficult negotiation. You don't want to be like, I'm going to wait for it to come back down here, which it could do, but you have to take into account this bullish move and then look for an appropriate entrance. And the bottom of this range makes perfect, the bottom of this upper range makes perfect sense. And then maybe the point of control down here if we have some bearish news. But caution, of course, don't get caught up. But this is the most important thing, this move from Bitcoin dominance. I just want to give you perspective. I don't want to just, again, not carried away. Look, this is all it is, right? That's it, all it is on the big picture, right? And this could just be a healthy retest of this area, which has been flipped, and then we could continue up to here. So be very mindful. If you're thinking of trading, just let the charts dictate when you trade, right? So wait for a pullback from Pepe and any other setups you're looking at. I mean, this was MKR, which we were doing, and you know, I haven't had my entrance yet, but it's still in play because we've come up in here and this is the bottom of this kind of range. But just be mindful that I might decide to invalidate this because, you know, the premise is gone. This might carry on its way now, so I might look for another setup. But and again with the Jupiter, you know, I got out of this yesterday. It's kind of come up. It's obviously gone past my take profit now, but you know, I'm always hesitant to make sure I lock in profits before anything else. But you know, this is where we are. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, Floki. It's doing really well. Didn't give us a golden zone entry. Kind of bounced off the top, so that was a little bit unfortunate. Again, another golden zone missed, but this is still in play. I think this is still in this range. But BNB in the process of breaking out, we've run into the 618. So you might want to look for a retest on the flip side of this this diagonal line with confluence with the point of control. If you're looking for a bit of Binance token action, so that would be a nice place to maybe enter. And then as we've exhausted some of the sellers, we could maybe look for something like this, or that could just be your entrance and you could wait for a breakout. So there's plenty of opportunities at the moment, for sure. Let's have a look and let's see. And total 3 is doing great. So we're breaking above this significant moving average. And that, of course, is what we want to see for trading going forward. But yeah, that's where we are really with Bitcoin. Still haven't had this high or low, but it's just going to be a waiting game over the weekend. But this is the most significant thing we've seen really on the chart.
Paul, just out of curiosity, how's XRP doing?
I imagine the long setups will be playing out. Oh no, let's have a look. No, not that one. Where's the other? I think I've closed the long setup. Hang on. See if I can find it. Open layout. I think I've labeled this one correctly. There we go. Yeah, just breaking out. Long trades come into play. Break this trade, what was this a few weeks ago? We put this on breakout trade above the 200 MA. We've got nice confluence and it's retesting at the moment. So XRP actually is in play right now, for sure. So that would be actually a nice place to put on. So maybe when you're talking, Jannie, I might try and put that on the exchange and see what we can do. But here's the thing: if you're thinking of entering XRP, right? So we're thinking, right, with a little bit of breakout. Look at the volume; it's not great, right? So the volume's not great. And if we look at where Bitcoin is, I mean, to enter this trade, you want Bitcoin to also be at support. So I'll look for Bitcoin if I can find it, and I'll be looking at Bitcoin. I'm like, okay, we're all the way up here, and this is kind of reflective of exactly what XRP is doing. It's popped its head above, and now it's coming back down. And so this is probably a trade I'm not going to take, in fact, because we really need a little bit more movement higher. Because if Bitcoin reverses now, which is very likely, even just for over the weekend or even just settles, this is going to come back in, right? So this is the game in crypto. You might look at this setup and think, oh, this is great. We've had the breakout, but Bitcoin is not where we want it to be, right? So if Bitcoin comes back down here to this area, and XRP is still here in this range, then you've got something to trade. But you can see Bitcoin's more likely to come back down, and that will push this. And considering, of course, you know, Bitcoin dominance has had a significant downwards move over the last 24 hours, you'd expect a little bit of a bounce, you know, at least just to check, you know, this area has been flipped, and that means we might see a little bit of stagnation from this move over the weekend, and then a continuation once we come back down and confirm like maybe a lower high in the price action. So, I mean, this is the deal really. Never lose sight of what Bitcoin's doing, because you need to have confluence, not just with moving averages and supports after a breakout. And it is nice confluence. This is a really nice confluence. It's a strong support line here. This was previous resistance. We've now broken out. We've broken out of the diagonal line at the same time and the moving average. So, you know, this still may play out because it's quite bullish, and it's exactly where we want to be. But I'm not happy with where Bitcoin is, and therefore I wouldn't. I may be very cautious to wait. So I'll see how resilient XRP is going to be. But yeah, it's doing okay. Popping its head above.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I was going to ask you. We could probably look at the other ones like Cookie. I'm very interested in, you know, to find out what happened to Cookie. Obviously, it was crumbling for some time, but it recovered quite well.
Cookie's in a solid uptrend now, I think. Let's have a look. Let me load at the right chart. Hang on. Let's have a look. Open layout. Yeah, we're fine. So we've definitely this is definitely curved round for sure, but weaker second high on this run up. So it needs to come back down for sure. And we've got this a couple of moving averages sweeping below in confluence with this diagonal line. So yeah, this is the thing. Don't get carried away, right? So this is shifting. The trend is shifting, but this is potentially a double top of some sort, and coming back down to this area. So if just draw a line on here, I haven't done any analysis on this, right? But I mean, if you're thinking of entering cookie, this is the range this is the lower range, this is the mid range we're in, and then this is the kind of turning point for the trend. And now we're above that. We've had a retest of it. Just be mindful of a second retest. But if this moving average can get up here, then that would be a nice confluence, which would give me maybe an argument to come in. But this isn't going to be an A setup for sure, because we've already touched the support. So you might want to see some divergence when it comes back down, and confluence with 200 MA on the 4 hour. But let's just see if I can see what's happening. Yeah, nothing, no bearish divergence yet. So we could, we could break the high for sure. But yeah, it's just a waiting game when you got these pullbacks. Just don't chase it. There'll be some people which chase it, but you don't want to be the one to do it. But yeah, cookie's not doing much. There's support entry there for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'll show you quickly the. I just wanted to add something to the pound US dollar. It does look like. Well, it just depends on how the next 25 minutes go. But I may, sorry, I just want to start. Okay. Where, oh, goodness me. All right. I've got so many things open. All right. No, see, I nearly shared the wrong chart. There we go. Okay. Yes, that's the one. Okay. All right. So if you look at this is basically the trend line that's got 1, 2, 3 touches, and now we've just touched it for a 4th time. So, and we're getting now this potentially this inside candle, but it is important to wait for this candle to close, and we'll see how this candle closes. If we can get some sort of hangman there, that would be good. But as I've mentioned, like on the 4-hour time frame, a close below the 61.8 would be ideal. It's just what's not ideal. It's Friday, and a new week will always form kind of upper wicks and lower wicks. So we'll see what this particular 1-hour candle will close like. Okay, so another 23 minutes to go. So, but yeah, you can clearly see that this downward slope with this is the 4th touch now, so it's a pretty strong downtrend within a much broader a bearish pattern. So it's like a pattern within a pattern. So you do get that confluence. But now if this candle is going to close bullish, then I'm just going to have to wait for the next 1-hour candle to close, right? That's just kind of how you have to play it. But this is the one that Igor took yesterday. This is the 3rd touch, and it's exactly the same thing. Yeah. And also another example, very good example of how you, like when you do get that rejection. So this is on the 1-hour time frame. You get that rejection. Look at the new candle. It never breaks the low. It just immediately pushes up. And then the next candle, that's where you get the rejection. And then the candle after that, you get that follow through. Okay, so that is a valid entry. But it's very easy to get tricked into going for a short here. Right, just based on that bearish candle. But that can just form a bullish candle. The one after that can form another bullish candle. And then you just kind of, well, you'll get stopped out. But in this case, depending on where your stop loss was, you'll definitely be nervous when you see the trade immediately going against you. This is the type of stuff you want to see if you want price to, like, when you enter a trade and it almost immediately goes into profit. Right, this is like what you want to see. You want to see that follow through. Okay, so now we're pushing back up. So, hey Andre, good to see you, mate. US and China will close a deal over the weekend, and the pound US dollar will fall sharply. Well, I hope so, but I'm not in a trade. So, but I mean, I do want lower levels. I'll just show you. I'm not sure if I can I go to the weekly time frame? Yeah, I guess well, it's not ideal. Let me try a different. Okay. So the level that I'm okay, obviously we're going to form this bullish candle, but you see that little, you can even see the triple top just in the wicks itself, right?
Yeah.
On the weekly time frames, that lower, that high, a high, and then a lower high. But now we're closing.
Triple wick top. Triple wick top.
Triple wick top on the weekly. Well, yeah. But if you look on the daily time frame, you can clearly see them.
Yeah.
So okay, let's just have a look. What's this line? Yeah. Okay, let's read now. So this the FIB levels are coming off the weekly. So when you objects FIB retracement levels on, I just want to see what these levels are. Okay, let me just take it out there. Okay, so that was it came between the 50 and the 61, well, the 1.32. Okay, that's where we've been. So where did I take them from? I'm going to have to look at where my analysis is done elsewhere. I'm so sorry, guys. It will never happen again, I promise. But it was just like it was a today kind of thing.
It's fine. It's all good.
But let me just find. Okay, was it from here? Maybe. Let's have a look. It's the 1.30. Is it the 1.30? Yeah, 1.30. So the level I'm waiting for you can clearly see it on the 4-hour time frame, right? If I just zoom out here, it's this high here. This is the level that I would really like to see. So Andre, if you are right, and the pound US dollar just drops over the weekend, or we won't see it over the weekend, we'll see it Monday morning, then if we can get to this level, I don't have a problem with that. That would be great. I would like to catch a short first, but it's not happening. It's not happening at the moment. And the 1-hour time frame, what's that doing right now? Yeah, you see, it's not doing it. We're not getting the rejection of those two levels that I would typically like to see. Price struggling. It did kind of struggle at the 61.8 and the 50, but it just didn't want to give me an entry. So, which is obviously not a bad thing looking at price action now. It just keeps pushing higher. So we'll see if this diagonal line holds. So that could change everything. Then I'm going to have to look at everything again, or I'll be in I don't know land again for a while. And that will be so frustrating because I've been waiting for the pound US dollar to set up with something decent for a week now, this whole week. And if you just joined, or if you just started watching, this is the triple top formation. Okay, it's looking pretty good, and we've got that bearish trend line as well on the 1-hour time frame. So yeah, it would be great if that can hold and then just reject off that. But at the moment, the 50 and the 61 is not in play. There's another hour and 18 minutes or so for this 4-hour candle. And yeah, you can clearly see we're not holding at those levels. So we'll see what happens. But maybe nothing's going to happen today. Maybe there will be no setups for today, just based on, well, the fact that the last 4 hours of the New York session typically dies down. It's very quiet, and it's Friday. And next week, let's talk about the news events for next week. Today, or this week, we had some big ones. We had FOMC. Actually said that right. We had FOMC.
Yeah. And I think I just want to highlight that I don't want to call Bitcoin's move an FOMC pump, but right, if it walks like a duck,
it could be. Yeah, it could be. When was the date of FOMC? That was I'm trying to find the move. This was this drop was the FOMC. Yeah, this was the FOMC drop. And then the very next day, we had an interest rate decision in the UK, and that just kind of pushed price all the way back up. And that's when we found resistance right on this diagonal line. And then it came back down, and we got that close. Brilliant. Okay, exactly what I was waiting for. And then just a decent amount of, just a pullback to a decent level. Because like, if you look at this drop here, there's no obvious support, or there's no obvious resistance. You're going to have to use your Fibonacci levels. Okay, that's typically when I use them. Andre says Friday is the day to have a. Macallan 18. I don't know actually what that is, Andre. Is that a beer or something stronger than that? It is legal, right? I'm sure it's
Macallan
something.
18. What's that? Let me research it.
It's either some sort of spaghetti or a drink.
Yeah. It's a whiskey, which is my kind of drink.
Whiskey.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
wow.
quite an expensive whiskey. Yeah, it's on par with what I drink, which is Johnny Walker Blue, which is just not something you can have every weekend.
All right, so yeah, the pound US dollar sadly again didn't give me what I was looking for today. I mean, hopefully we won't be in another week of agony and just nothing lining up. But the other thing is, like, on the, I don't even have the monthly time frame on here for some reason. Why is that? Does it have a monthly time frame? Yeah, it does have a monthly time frame. Okay, let's have a look. Hopefully I can. Let's go to the monthly. Oh, that's helpful. All right. Okay. Can't look at them. But anyway, the monthly time frame looks like it's going to push higher. But
what am I looking at? Is it like a train track? What is going on here?
You can't see. Talking about a train track, I saw that. Did you see this, like, high-speed trains in Japan?
Well, not personally, but I know they're owning the whole train thing for sure. Maglev and stuff. Yeah.
Crazy. I think it's 320 kilometers an hour. That's pretty quick.
It's definitely better than the public transport here.
Sure. What are you talking about? There's nothing better than the red bus, big old red bus.
Oh man, there's nothing worse than the red bus. But anyway,
Yeah.
It's not my stop,
Okay.
but I'm getting off anyway.
I just want to quickly, like, show you on the NASDAQ, the open we've had was this little push higher, but you can see we've been ranging and we dropped. Now, there's a reason why I'm not interested in something like this is because I think at the time there was nothing lining up. You know, what I like to see is, like, at least 2 out of the 3 time frames telling me the same thing. I couldn't get that, and it just drops. So, like, okay, but that's typically a Friday thing. Fridays are a bit messy, and I mentioned this a few times before, but for scalping, only the first hour and a half, that's it. And then on Fridays, it's never a good idea to keep going. Never a good idea to keep going. You can even see on the 15-minute time frame. Look at that chop there. All right, if you're going to try and trade this, look at the 1-minute time frame even. Oh, it's finding support. No, it's not. It's breaking through. No, it's not. It's breaking. No, it's like you get stopped out like that every single time. Not a good idea for scalping this time of the day on a Friday. Okay, you need to close your platform down and have a Macallan 18. That's what you should do. Yeah, if you can afford it. Yeah, I've actually never heard of it before. Oh, right, look at this. Okay, let's see if we can get that bearish candle in 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's got to come back down and hit that floor. It's got to find its feet first. For sure.
Yeah, the thing is, if it struggles here, and this is a pretty decent time frame, the 1 hour time frame, then I'll probably give it like a good amount of clearance. Not just for anybody watching. Definitely not advice, but more like a demonstration of what a setup needs to look like before I'm interested in it. Typically won't be interested on the Friday, and this is not ideal. But if it can give me that, and it will be based off, the fact that we are on this downtrend with a broader structure here, again, that triple top or the head and shoulders. It's more like the Rock, kind of some sort of bodybuilder with very big shoulders and little head popping above it. It's not like it's not that head and the shoulders that you get lower. You don't get that. This is a bodybuilder's head and shoulders.
I really hope you never meet the Rock.
Why? What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? No, I'm joking. Sorry, Rock. He's never gonna watch this.
You never know. So. He's very entrepreneurial.
Anyway, I don't think this is going to set up, guys. 12 minutes to go for this candle to close. It is pretty good. Like maybe the next candle will form like an upper wick and then reverse. But yeah, it's just not. I'm a bit disheartened that I couldn't get it entry. It was really like I was getting maybe a bit too excited when we got that close below on the 4 hour, right? That's like, by the way, that's exactly when you look at levels and key levels and stuff like that. Ideally, you want to identify them on a longer time frame, like the 4 hour time frame, support levels and so on. Also, the 4 hour, like on the ones you can identify on the daily, weekly, and monthly are even better. The further out you go, the stronger they are. So there's like a hierarchy. The support level on a monthly carries more significance than a downtrend on the 1 hour time frame, for example, like any day of the week. So there's a hierarchy when it comes to these levels, and the further out you go, the more stripes it's earned, or it's like a general kind of thing. What do you call it? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah. Just say yes. Just say yes.
Yes.
All right. The 1 hour is not going to pull back. It's pushing through. All right. So there's just nothing. Nothing. And there's also nothing on what's the Aussie Swiss doing? Yeah, you see, the Aussie Swiss is pushing back up. It's going to go to the 61.8. I'm pretty confident about. No, I think the probability is high for it to go to the 61 point.
On first glance, I agree.
Yeah, if you can get a rejection off there, then that would be a beautiful trade. And then this is a swing trade, so you're going to leave this open because remember, as you cannot see, this is a rejection of a weekly time frame. Like just to the left here, you like open your charts and you'll see what I mean. I'm really sorry, guys, but there's not enough data on this particular platform. I will, from Monday, I'll have TradingView open and do the analysis on there. Yeah, so there was a breakout and now a retest. Now, this is a longer time frame. This is the daily. So it's got a lot of room to go lower and it can potentially go all the way to the low. I wouldn't target the low. I like to I'll probably go for something like that, not the actual low. And the reason for that is just, even though it's like, I like to look at where it can realistically go, and then I take profit above that level. It just increases the probability even further for price to actually hit the take profit area. So this is going to be a swing trade. And the catalyst is obviously the retest area with a strong rejection. And now you just need to find your entry. And that's what we're doing right here on the 4 hour time frame. The 50 is now being tested twice, so it's likely to go to the 61.8. If it doesn't hold there, like it's not holding on the pound US dollar, I mean, what I mean by holding is it needs to reject off that level, like a very clear rejection. Like, for example, the Bitcoin trade down here, okay? So there's your double bottom, and then I also use the FIB levels from the high, not like that, from the low to the high, okay? And then you want to see price going to either the 50 or the 61.8, and it held between the 51 and the 61.8. There's the rejection candle. Do you enter there? No, because the candle doesn't follow through. It follows only through on this candle. That's when it actually broke the high. That's what you want to see. We're not seeing it on the pound, US dollar.
Yeah, you're right.
We're not seeing it yet, and that's the difference. And we also probably not, what do I say? We probably also not. Hopefully, we will get a rejection of the 61.8 because if we're not getting it right yet, it doesn't have to, it may not even go to the 61.8. It could be in between, but you want to focus on, once you're at a key level, remember the key levels, and we've mentioned this a few times, but the key levels is just basically like you putting an alert on your chart. This is where you want, this is where you want to start to focus on price action, not where you just press the button. Right? You don't just press the button when price gets to those levels. It's just like, okay, now we are at a level of interest. Let's see what happens there. Yeah, so that's what you want to do at the 61.8. That's the level of interest. And I just showed you the catalyst for the trade, which is a strong breakout. And now it's a retest. We get a rejection on the daily. And now you just need to time your entry. If it just pierces straight through the 61.8, you need to stand back. Okay. Maybe it's just going to continue to go higher.
There is a bit of ascending triangle action, but it's because of its position, it's not because it's not lined up with the above resistance area, which is 618, which is essentially, I agree, is significant resistance. But it's a bit because you've got a couple of competing ranges, really. So yeah. it might get a bit funky, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think the only I don't even trade the Aussie Swiss. It was just one of those things that just kind of stood out. Very similar to, I mean, I showed. Okay, this is going to be fun. Market watch. All right. Anyway, you're just going to have to believe me. It's basically like what?
It's Friday, everyone.
It's very sorry to interrupt. I just want it's identical to the setup that Howard identified on Brent Cruel, and it was a beautiful trade. So yeah. The setup is 100% identical.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
I'm sorry. I've been paying attention to you, but then just one of Andre's comments has really messed with my head. Two things. Firstly, I would argue Monday is a day to have a drink, and secondly,
Monday.
I never thought I would be thinking about did the fact that the Pope and it's seems like a great person. If he was American, does that help beat Bitcoin surge? I am going to defer to the Pope on this one. So I don't know if the fact that the Pope was American had any influence on Bitcoin. I think it may have been more related to the UK interest rates, the trade deal, and FOMC. But tremendously huge news. Of course, the election of a new Pope, and it's really, really inspiring. But I do not know his thoughts on Bitcoin. I don't know if he feels that he is going to be a game changer or a market leader for Bitcoin. You never know. I think he's quite progressive. So, hey, he's very welcome.
Well, why don't you? Yeah, I mean, I was going to suggest why don't you maybe do like a podcast with him? Do you think you'll be able to pull that off?
No.
Yeah. That's a very negative thing.
I mean,
self-limiting beliefs, Paul. Got to get rid of those self-limiting beliefs.
I mean, are you kidding? That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Can you imagine? Just me, just some random guy having a podcast with the Pope. It would be such an honor.
That would be amazing. Yeah. Just talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah. Just Paul and Pope discuss Bitcoin. No, sorry. It'd be Pope and Paul. Pope and Paul discuss Bitcoin.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. That would be like that will, I think, break the internet. That's for sure.
We could definitely get some new people coming into the Discord, right?
Yeah. Like, are you? What do you do on the Are you on the thingy? What do you call it? The Discord channel?
Yeah, I'm on. I am, I suppose, active on the Prime X Discord channel. Just getting going. There's exclusive charts posted, and anything we put in the top altcoin picks videos and the Bitcoin update videos, typically we'll post the charts there as well in advance of the video's release. So if you want to get an insight into what Bitcoin's doing, you don't want to wait for me to do a thumbnail, then get onto Discord. Thumbnails take time. But I just want to mention, speaking of that, because we're talking about buy the retest, I've got some stuff I can switch to now. I've always got a chart we can look at, so don't worry. Do you mind if I share my screen? Is that all right?
I do not mind.
So I just wanted to, because we're talking about buy the retest, and we're still just getting the Honor Prime X YouTube channel sorted. We're doing a lot of work on it. It's slowly moving, but there is a ton of masterclasses which I have created over the last few years, which have been which Honor Prime X has access to, and there are 2 videos on buying the breakout, the 3 ways to buy the breakout, and a sequel video, which is buy the retest, the safest way. So if you're interested in the concepts which we've been discussing today about buy the breakout and the 3 different ways and buy the retest, then there are 2 videos, about 15 minutes of your time, and they're really good. So you can check them out on Oliprimex, and of course that should be quite helpful to you. So just wanted to give a shout out for them. But I thought that I've just got an email from one of my my students, and he traded this, and he just sent me an image of it, and it was 200.
Read it out loud, Paul. Read it out loud for everyone.
But it was a 200. Let me just 200 over 200% trade, 10x leverage on this Pepe move, right?
Oh wow.
And he's obviously over the moon. So great trade, great setup. Really impressed. So again, this is the game. The last few months of trading have been pretty rough, and then you just wait, and then we'll have maybe got some good trading over the next few weeks and maybe beyond. But just wanted to touch base on XRP, because we were thinking about looking at this breakout, and I just wanted to
sorry, Paul, if you could just go back to the other chart, if you could just maybe just very briefly just run us through the entry of that trade.
Right, I don't know what his entry was. I haven't.
Oh yeah, it's not your trade. Sorry. Maybe no, that's EMA.
When we posted this setup, there was 2 premises for the trade, right? We had this ascending kind of diagonal line, which had nice confluence with support. And if we come back down here, which we kind of did with the RSI, that would have been a great entrance. But obviously, when I post setups, I'm not telling you where to enter. I'm giving you these trading ideas. And if Bitcoin turned bullish, or the market turned bullish, then the second option was a breakout trade. Now, we've had that. So Pepe is obviously a meme coin. They're highly volatile, and they tend to just go. So I imagine the trade he's been just probably a bit more macro. So let's just have a look what happened, because it probably did give us a retest. Yeah, it did. So probably he's come in here. So we've had the breakout. Maybe look for confirmation on the. Did we get confirmation on the 1 hour? Maybe. Yeah, we got a confirmation on the 1 hour. Candle body close on the 1 hour. Okay, that's typically the way I would approach it. At least a 1 hour candle body close. Come back in, look for a retest, enter around here, or on the break on the swing high. 2 options, really great options, and then ride it all the way up. And it went up pretty quickly. So the advantage of trading meme coins, but obviously you're not coming in here, right? The trade has gone. We're cooking on the RSI, so you want to wait for a pullback, and do wait for the pullback. We need a proper retest on the higher time frames. And if Pepe just goes to the moon right now, just don't chase it, because it's highly volatile. And with meme coins, you absolutely need to have them come to you. But great trade. I'm really proud of him. Good stuff. So yeah, that's the general deal. But I just wanted to
now he can buy you a bottle of Macallan 18, can't he?
It doesn't need to do it. It's fine.
Macallan 18. I'm going to look it up. I think I need to try that. Is it good? Is it any good, Andre? Is it good?
Well, I think at that price point it has to be, right? I mean, it's a few $100s for sure. So, you're making me want to drink. Anyway, right. So let's stay sober for the next half an hour. So just want to touch base on XRP again, because the reason why we said we wouldn't, this trade is a great setup at the moment, but we haven't really had the volume confirmation. So that's the first warning sign for me. Okay. So we've got good confluence, but this is a lovely little pocket, but we've got low volume, right? That's my first warning. The second warning is Bitcoin isn't where I want it to be. If Bitcoin was here or here, then that would be different. But this is the top of the move. It's likely coming back down to the point of control. So that means XRP is very likely to come back down into the pattern, not down here, but just come back down. And then it needs another. And then the trade for this would be, a safer bet would be to, presuming it comes back down, wait then for another breakout, and then come in here. But you may lose some of the confluence. So that's why I'm not going to take that trade now, because I mean, it would be great if I could take it in the session, but I'm not going to take it now because it's just not in the right. The rest of the market's not in the right situation. This move up here is probably just going to come back down. So I just wanted to mention that with XRP. And if you look, if you look just the way I kind of operate is, I obviously do these very complicated charts and well presented charts on TradingView. But I do find that obviously when I go to an exchange platform, I put a few key trend lines on there just to see where I'm going to enter and whatever. But I always find it gives you, like you, Jannie, say, it gives you a splash of cold water and a bit of perspective on where you're supposed to be entering. So we know that this level is likely not to hold. All right, at least it's not I'm not getting the signals I want. So, and if you look, actually, this seems like a much better place to enter for a following this move up here. Now that's 2.29. So where's 2.29 here? 2.29 is, well, actually, yeah, I mean, it's definitely wait to come back down to that level. Don't enter here, but it's just this thing with Bitcoin. So it is a good, it's got some options for sure, but, and you know, it's a B setup with the weather in the wrong place, right? And it's not a case that the Bitcoin is not bullish, but it's had its move, right? Let it come back down and then, you know, find your entrance. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here, but I'm not going to take that trade for that reason. But this is definitely the area, 2.29, if you're thinking of jumping in with XRP, but just be mindful. You know, there are the problem is, though, if we come down to this level, we're back in the pattern, right? Which is why it's a complicated trade. And we talked about earlier in the week when we're cocking our head trying to figure out the best entrance lining up with Bitcoin. If you can't see it, don't trade it. That's simple. But Jannie, I thought we did this a few weeks ago. I thought, seeing as it's a Friday, I know Theta's up to some stuff. I thought maybe we could just do a live little charting session right now to see if we can find a trade with Theta. Does that work for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so
just do it. Just do it.
So Theta is something I'm actually invested in. I think my position is not that. I think my position's up here somewhere. I can't remember. So I may decide to get out and reposition it. But you can see, obviously, very straightforward. Something's going on with Theta. When you start seeing this curve, right, you want to pay attention to it. But we know the altcoins are moving. We know that all of them are doing the same thing. We look at just Filecoin again, same move, same pattern. So let's just switch back. What was I looking at? I've just forgot. Here we go. So Theta. So obviously we start on the daily when you're planning any trade, looking for any kind of setup and get the big picture, understand where we are.
Yeah.
Did I
That's an easy one.
It's an easy one.
Very easy one.
I think
Zoom in a bit.
Let's have a look. So the reason why it's important to zoom out is you've got to get perspective, because if you're just looking at this area, you're not going to see anything, right? And you have to orientate yourself properly. So looking always, even if obviously you're not trading the daily chart, neither am I, but this is what you need to, of course, look. Now, I'm not particularly interested in what's happening up here because the price actually isn't there, but let's just look at the next couple of levels. I'm not going to waste our time. And there we go. So we are essentially at the floor above previous bull run consolidation. So we don't want to go any lower than this. So we're pretty much as low as we can go in terms of the big picture. But let's now zoom in and see if we can find a potential setup for our people, our friends on Discord, and paying attention now. So let me just label it so everyone can see what we're trading without having to squint. USD 4 hour. Right. So I think some of you can already see that there's a potential trading opportunity. But let's just zoom in to find out. So now the important thing is, remember, if I had put this trend line on here, just based on what I'm seeing zoomed in on the 4 hour, I'm probably going to miss that there's a level below where we are at the moment. So let's just call it a bit of a zone. Another reason why we want to, because if you're thinking this is the floor and you see there's a trend line below, then you want to make sure, you want to know it's there. So let's just call that a little bit of a zone, perhaps. Something like that, maybe. Let's just scroll back. Yeah,
sorry to interrupt you. Andre just mentioned that the pound US dollar broke the resistance. I assume you talk about that diagonal line.
Well, let's
yeah,
switch,
it's piercing.
Switch back.
Come back. It's piercing through, but it's not. Okay, I'll do it. Let me do that. Is that the right chart? Yeah. Yeah, the pound US dollar has been rising all day without any. Yeah. But it's done that so many times this week, right? It's just been doing that so many times this week, and there's just no. But now you can't. It's not breaking out. This would be actually very good. Okay, we didn't get those levels, but this diagonal line may hold. So if we get a close below that and the follow through, then that might be your entry. Yeah, because so you're gonna have to wait for this hour to close. And then you could potentially get a short there. That's a beautiful wick there. So yeah, it looked like when a candle's busy forming, it's you can very easily get tricked into, just broke out, but it's actually still busy forming, right? It's just making a higher wick. If it comes back down, that would be a beautiful rejection coming up there. The only thing I don't like is the time of the day, and that it's Friday.
Yeah.
That's kind of that's yeah, that's definitely a bit of a, you know, something to make you think twice about taking this trade.
Yeah, and it's like
Unless
we're talking
you,
about XRP. It's like there's some things which are saying this is good, right? But then when you step back and you just orientate yourself and have a look, you're like, well, firstly, it's not the right time. You know, Bitcoin's done this, blah blah blah. So yeah, absolutely. Wait and see what it's like on Monday or Tuesday, right?
yeah, even Monday. I mean, it just depends on the price action. So I'll have a look over the weekend what you know, on TradingView or elsewhere, where I typically do my analysis just to get the levels properly, and then I'll just transfer that over to TradingView, and then I'll do it properly. But yeah,
Sure.
no, it can happen on any day of the week. It can happen on some days. It can happen on Friday. It's just not ideal when it happens. Like I said, another 15 minutes, and then you're into the last 4 hours of the New York session. And in Forex, that's typically, it really slows down. You know, and on top of that, it's Friday. I'm not saying it can't move, but that's just kind of one thing that really is against this this potential setup. But you're right, Andre. The pound US dollar has just been moving straight up. This is the 1 hour time frame. You've got like 2, 3, 4, 5 bullish candles in a row here. And before that, you just got that little bit of a breather, to almost like doji type of candles. And before that, it was just pushing like again. Like in that straight line almost. Well, not a straight line, but a steep angle. So it's going to come down. It's going to find resistance. And this is a perfect spot for it to come down for at least a breather if it's going to continue to go up. Yeah. Anyway, over to you, Paul. Breaking what the target is. How do you mean, Andre? Breaking what the target is? What's the target? Anyway, in your own time, if you're still watching. Paul, you there?
Yep, sorry, here I am. Okay, where were we? Theta. Okay, so we're planning this Theta trade for those of you who've just joined us, and we get some breaking news. We may, of course, have another interruption, which is very important. So here we go. So it looks like we have these little ranges, and we've identified the support. We've come off that. We haven't hit the bottom. So we've got a breakout. So this is obviously a straightforward option to trade, because you'll be looking at, and obviously I'm not saying do this, but because I need to do more, but, you know, just come back down for the SR flip. But we need confluence. So let's just have a look on what's going on with some basic.
Well, just before you go on there, like there's a lot of confluence on that support level that you just identified there, that 0.789 level, right? Because first of all, what you have there is that inverted head and shoulders pattern, and before the head and shoulders pattern, you have that little pivot. That you see that little pivot. Yeah, that's the. But I mean, I'm talking about the price action itself. It made a pivot before it formed that inverse head and shoulders pattern. Do you see that pivot there in price action itself? So that is a support level, and now you broke out of that, which was obviously below that support level. It formed that inverted head and shoulders. Now you're breaking out above that. It's definitely a confirmed inverse head and shoulder. That level that you've identified there, that's where you want price to go. Right, that would be a very strong level of interest, and you may want to look for an opportunity to buy from that level. And then that next resistance up there, that 0.999, maybe slightly higher than that, that would be a target area.
Yeah. So you're right, Jannie, because obviously when you have a breakout of a regular trend line, that's just one thing. But then obviously if it also is also the neckline of a pattern of some kind, that gives you additional confluence. So yeah, you know, I mean, it depends on your risk tolerance. I always want to see something more, and obviously because the RSI is cooking a little bit, so I just want to see I always just have a look around, see what the moving averages is, see what else we can see. That's quite helpful. Now what we're on the 4 hour, just to give you perspective. So let's just trim some of those out. Now when I'm looking at these reversals, I always tend to I don't have the 50 on very often, but I have the 50 when I'm looking at reversals in any direction, because if we get a cross, which we kind of have, it's quite a bullish signal. So yeah, you know, a basic retest, talking of retests, a basic retest entry here would be okay. It would be, I really, it might be nice if it continues a little bit higher first, and then we can maybe get this to swing round and act as confluence. I really wouldn't enter this just on 2 points of confluence, obviously, given these are very volatile assets. But theta is not small, so it's not a low cap, so it's not going to do anything crazy. But so you might get a nice little bounce here for sure. So, but you might want to scale in. If it comes down over the weekend, and the moving average is still below, you probably just want to come in with a little bit of your position if you're thinking of entering here, and then try and scoop up any kind of bounce off the moving averages. But ideally, it'd be good if you could come up a little bit higher, to come up to here, and then that just adds a little bit more weight to the SR flip coming in here. But let me just see what the order blocks are doing, just get a sense of people's thought process. Yeah, you see, so other people are thinking as well that this might be an issue which coming back down to here, this moving average. So ideally, this trade, the best possible, it's a B setup, but you definitely want
What is that? Sorry, Paul, what is that? Oh, no, sorry, I'm just asking what lines did you just added there? Is that the...
That's an order block detector by Lux Algo. It's the free indicator.
Oh.
So it just gives you an insight into just on whatever exchange you are and what the order block situation is. But the reason I do it that way, when we're thinking of having an entrance, looking for a retest, and there's obviously a bit of a gap here, and a bit of a problem. So we want these lined up with this level, and until they're not, people are going to be looking to come in here. But of course, when that happens, you run the risk of turning this back into resistance, of course, coming back down here. So it's not the ideal setup, and this is the sort of thing you need to think, okay, so there's a trade here for sure, right? But Bitcoin is likely going to come down, so wait for it to at least come to this level. But you probably want to start scaling in, because there's ambiguity about where the buyers are going to be sitting, right? Some buyers will come in here, more buyers will come in here, right? So it's a difficult proposition, but this is how you should be constructing a trade. And if you see, and if we chart another setup, which is similar, as they all are, you might find that a setup, maybe like Pepe, which has come up a bit higher, it makes the retest a little bit more comfortable and concrete because of that distance, right? But as you see, if you just pop your head above like it did just at the end of April, then it's more likely to come back down. And then if it comes up higher, that will allow this 200 MA on the 4 hour, which is the first sort of time frame where for me the 200 MA has any credibility. And then it comes up here, and by the time it comes back down, we'll have confluence with the neckline, with the support line, following the breakout, and with some moving averages to ensure that these buys start to move up a little bit, so there's no ambiguity. But honestly, if you're looking to get into theta for a long term, this is a great place to buy for sure, because we're right at the bottom. But if you're doing small trades just over a few days, be very cautious, of course, because Bitcoin could very easily pull this back down here, and it's very likely to do that looking at the RSI as well. But last thing I would do is go back to the daily, see where the RSI is, and look that there's a little bit of room to come up as well. So that'd be the idea. But remember, it's a negotiation. It's not any one thing. And the entrances for these may change. This trade may invalidate depending on what Bitcoin does next. But that's just an insight into how I kind of just approach things and trade things. And obviously, this is not something I'm entering at the moment. I mean, any thoughts about that, Jannie?
Yeah, sorry, I was just reading this message from Andrea saying, Subion nahora do anuncia do Papa Americano. I don't know what that means, but something about...
I think he's just saying the same thing in Portuguese. He's just repeating it.
Yeah, well, for me, like as I've mentioned to you, that line you've got there, I can't even see the colors or anything properly. Is that yellow or whatever? That line there is, to me, that's a very, very strong support level because of that pivot that formed before the head and shoulders pattern. Do you see that? I don't know if you can just take your cursor. That is a... Yeah, no, I agree with everything you said. Like, I just think like because you've got such a strong, and this is different to the markets I trade, I understand that. But as you said, if this can continue a little bit higher, right up to that what did you say? That was like one of the order blocks or whatever. If it can go there and then retrace,
it's got more likely in there. Yeah.
Then that would be that would make that a support level even stronger. But I feel if it drops below that, then to me the weight is almost like too heavy to the downside. Then I would be a bit more.
There is nice. This is kind of a, you see this. I mean, you've also the problem is. So the point of control is down here, right? Which is again You know, it's gravity, it's magnet for the price action, and they're all sitting here. So when you think about when you're entering a trade, trying to think of entering a trade, you just ask yourself the question: where are the buyers? Where are the sellers? Now there are some buyers here, and I completely agree with you. But when there's ambiguity when you're answering that question, so there's a point of control down here. You know, there is like, not everyone's going to come in here. Some people are going to wait to come down here, meaning some buyers are here and some are here, spreading it out across this range, which means,
yeah, but for me, it's already been there. You see that point of control? It's already aggressively reacted off that level.
yeah,
That's just what I'm saying. So it's already been there. So for me, it's like, and it's been there a few times now, right? But the latest one was, I mean, just before that really strong push to the upside. So
yeah.
it's just how I view it. Obviously, we won't see it exactly the same way, but I would definitely be interested in that level and see a really strong kind of rejection of that level. That's where I personally would be interested in that trade.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we can't say what's going to happen. I mean,
Yeah,
if
exactly.
Bitcoin comes down to the point of control here, right? If it syncs up, right? But you got to understand that Bitcoin's the biggest, okay? So
yeah,
when Bitcoin makes this sort of move, you're going to expect Theta to do a slightly bigger move, right? Okay, just that's what you need to expect. So, and if Bitcoin sits up here and just stays pretty, then Theta, that may be the best scenario for Theta to just kind of drift back down here. And then if Bitcoin starts up again after the weekend, then that would be the trade. But you know, when there's ambiguity, and honestly, whether it bounces there or whether it bounces here or here is purely going to be dictated to what Bitcoin is doing, right? That's it. So when I say scaling in, it's because that's the only way we can manage that uncertainty. And we know this is a good level. We know this is a good level. So it could just be half your position here, you know, and then you benefit from the lower price, and then you just and scoop it up, right? So that's the way I would do it. And then if you do enter a small position here, and then what you know, this we do bounce from this level, then you're in a trade, and that's fine, and that's great. Not all your intended position, but it's great, and that's the way I'd approach it. If the point of control was lined up with this, if the moving averages were lined up with this, then it would be like, yeah, in here or nowhere. But a bit of ambiguity, which is usually the case. Never get the perfect setup every week. So
yeah. But just to be clear, like where we are right now, for anybody watching, that is typically what it looks like when you need to stay very far away. Because that is what most people do. They see it's going up, and that's the reason why they enter the trade. Because look, it's going up, right? But it's really the worst place.
No,
Where it's right now.
I just posted some setups in Discord, and I genuinely, you know, if my job is to educate people on how to trade properly, it's to also make sure that if someone throws a chart under your nose, that you make sure you don't just jump in. So I've just literally put just you know, wait for a pullback, don't chase, right? Wait for a pullback, don't chase. So I mean, I'm always a little bit grumpy when there's like a lot of bullish news about Bitcoin, because I'm like, just ignore it, because that's not what we're trading off. If you start listening to that kind of stuff, you're going to make bad decisions, right? And that's the key. Trade what you see, nothing else. Not what you hear, not what you feel, not what you read, not what anyone else is saying.
Yeah, that I agree 100% with. You can get influenced by that kind of stuff. It's just not good. Like, and what you would do, like, especially when you read a bit of news, and you know, everybody goes through that, I believe, in the beginning especially, is you read something on whatever it may be, whether it's Bitcoin or the pound US dollar, or just the pound is going to gain strength, or whatever it may be, and then you are going to look for you're almost going to be primed to look for any evidence that matches that article you read, right? And it's just the worst position, or the worst way to trade, because you know, you look for anything that matches that, and
So
on any time frame.
I mean, so say, Jannie, you are a flashy YouTuber who just sells himself as, you know, the god of crypto, and what you'll say is, you'll say something like, Paul, listen, Pepe, it's the future. Pepe is going to the moon this cycle. Do not wait Get in now before it's too late. And then you'll have hordes of people looking at Pepe and just jumping in. And then all the other traders are like, yeah, I'm going to take your money. Right. And it just comes down. Right. And then all the other traders are coming in the entrance. And if Pepe does continue up from here, which it has the legs to do, because it's, you know, it's a meme coin, it's the front of house for retail, and it's extremely volatile. But I won't then trade it. I come in here or not at all. And that's the way you need to approach it, right? You don't have to trade Pepe. Pepe is going to be fine without you, right? You don't need to trade it, right? You just don't. And if someone is saying to me, trade this, I'm like, I'm the same with TV. I'm the same with media, right? If someone tries to, I hate being a sheep, right? I'm not on Netflix or any of these things, right? I download what I want and I watch it when I want. I don't have any advertisements, and if I discover it, I watch it. And if someone tells me you need to watch this show, I will purposely not trade it. I just not trade it, not watch it, right? And it's the same. I won't trade that TV show. What? You know what I'm saying? And it's the same principle. You've got to be so disciplined. And my grumpiness when I start hearing all of this stuff is because I need to ground myself. Otherwise, I'm going to get carried up in it as well, right? Because if you think Bitcoin's going up and up and up, and think, oh, I'm never going to get in again. I'm going to miss out on all the fun. And then you make mistakes, right? And it's better to not be in a bad position, right? Isn't it? It's better not to be in a bad position. So don't be in that positions.
But you know, it all comes down to one thing, and that is that you are attached to the outcome of the trade, right? The money that you can make. You need to trade as if imagine, you know, it's a job. You're getting you're getting a salary, right? There's no, like, if you get the best trades or the worst trades, whatever it is, you're not getting, there's no financial benefit. It's just your job to do it properly. If you don't do it properly, you're going to get fired, right? If that's it, you're going to work and you're just getting a salary, there's no real financial benefit, you'll be one of the best traders, right? Because you're not really attached to the outcome. You're just there to do it properly. So as soon as you are attached to the outcome of the trade and you think about the money you can make of the trade, your attention or your focus is not where it's supposed to be. Right. And then that's why you chase things. Why would you chase things? Why? Because, well, just ask enough questions. It always comes back to even FOMO and all of that stuff. It's like you're scared you're going to miss out on what? Making money. Right.
Yeah. It's like Jupiter yesterday when I said, when we were looking at that trade I was in, and it was a successful trade, and I decided to get out even before my take profit, because when I look at Bitcoin and I see it's decision zone and I don't have the answer, I'm like, well, I'm going to take my money. I don't care if it doesn't hit the profit point, right? I'm looking at the market. If I'm not happy, I'm going to get out, right? And I don't lose. I've won because I'm in profit. So it was 8% as opposed to 9%. So what, right? But if I wait for that 9%, I might lose that 8%. And that's the key.
Absolutely. I just quickly want to show you what's going on with hang on, what's going on now? Oh, there it is. I couldn't see my the little button where I could share my screen. All right. I just want to show you what's going on with the pound US dollar, and this is lining up for a pretty good opportunity. You see that? This is a beautiful rejection coming off this diagonal downtrend, and this is obviously patterned within a much broader pattern, so there's a lot of confluence there, and also the fact that we did close below the neckline, so this is a confirmed triple top or head and shoulders, call it whatever you want. It's the three peaks basically. And now on the smaller time frames, on the 1 hour, do not go smaller than the 1 hour time frame, when you want to time your entries and so on. This is a beautiful rejection with a beautiful upper wick there as well. So when this candle closes, then you want to see the new candle breaking the low of however this candle is going to close. But you can see it's coming down quite nicely now. Okay, well, there's another half an hour. You have to sit and patiently wait. I know it's very tempting to just jump in. You have to wait for the candle to close, because in the next half an hour, this could very easily just trade all the way back up and form a doji. So wait for this candle to close. Sometimes it does mean you're getting a slightly, well, you're thinking, oh man, I could have had a much better entry, for example. This is a good example right here. Okay, like obviously you get that bearish candle. The next one just pushes higher, breaks that high. The next candle does form lower, and now you got to wait for the new candle to break the low. Now your stop loss is going to be up here. You're still going to control your risk. Does that mean you're going to make less money if your target is here? Yeah, it is, but you're doing the right thing, right? If you're going to see, like, say, for example, if this candle breaks that low and you get in, this can very easily just go back up and form a doji, and the next one carries on going up. So always, you need to have some sort of process with your, not just identifying, first of all, your bias. You need to have a way to identify your bias, and then you need to go into the details of, like, how are you going to approach this trade, exactly what you want to look for, and what you want to see. Where are the key levels where you might be interested in taking this trade? And then once you do trade at those levels, what does price action need to look like? For example, it needs to reject here. Okay, so when do you actually pull the trigger? The candle needs to close first, and then the new candle needs to break the low. It's those little details, and then everything comes together, and that's when you execute the trade. So anyway, that is a beautiful rejection. Wait for this candle to close if you want to maybe trade. I personally probably won't. I'll wait for Monday. Anyway, Paul, and all the viewers, our time has sadly come to an end. Paul, always great to see you, as always. Enjoy your whiskey.
I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking.
Yeah.
Andre, enjoy your whiskey, Andre. If you have a tipple tonight, I'm sure you've been very supportive all week, so you deserve it. Thank you very much. And Lola, good to see you at the end.
Hey, Lola. Yeah, nice to see you. Andre, Lola, everybody else watching, thanks for watching. The next session starts in half an hour from now. Have a great evening. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you all next week. Bye for now. Cheers.
Aymane.
Hello, Michael.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Whew. I am great. I'm great. Happy
Bless you.
Friday. What about you?
I'm good. Yeah, just chilling. Watching the chart. It was like expected. Fridays, tricky days. It was choppy today. I don't know if you checked the chart today, but for me, like the
Yeah.
NQ,
Uh-huh.
it dropped like 140 points. Just to be honest, if I was trading today, like my accounts, I will be buying. I will be more buying because just it looks more bullish. But yeah, any position today?
Nah, but funny enough, I do like this position on AJ. I've been looking at this all day. Let's see. We got this. Let me share my screen really quick.
Yeah,
I was I don't really go in on Fridays as you know, similar to you. But I was looking at AJ, and I don't really like the. Oh, is my screen sharing? Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
I don't like to trade pairs that are two Asia pairs like AJ like this, but this is a pristine setup. Let me back this up just a little bit. Yeah, this looks like a pristine setup actually. So with that being said, let's see where we are with this. It's a 1 for 1.5. So just checking this out, I can automatically see where we are. Right, I can see we have this 5,200 cross here. We got this W. We got another W, which again you can only take the first one, but we have this bounce off the 50 over here. Now this isn't a bad move, to be totally honest. And since it's already slightly pulling back, this is probably even better move than anticipated. Yeah, let's see what we can do with this. Let's put a little quarter on here. Let's see. Let's get a little quarter going on this one. Let me log back in here. Yeah, I didn't. I was not too trading too much today. What's the stop loss? It's okay. 35 pips is the stop loss, and the stop loss would be at 92. Let's say 80. Yeah, 92.80. Yeah, 92.80. Okay, this isn't bad really. Let's just see what we got. 92.80. This is AJ. Keep buying this. All right. 92.80 would be the stop. 92.80. And we put a little half on this. All right, just a little 125. See what we can pull out at the end of the day. You never know.
Yeah.
Okay, boom. So let's buy this. All right, sweet. So automatically we are in here. And then I was going to put my stop loss up here. Right at about, it's really 68. Is this right? Yeah. 68. Actually, could have put this up a little bit further. Let's see. Because the ADR high. So we can put this at 85. So let's put this at. Now I was unexpected to go all up here this fast, but this is what the target would be. So 93.85. Right. Let's go back and modify this. Put this at 93.85. Sweet. All right. So not too bad at all. Just to kind of walk through this. Obviously, this might end up going funny enough.
Yeah.
Super late. All right. So just to kind of point out what I'm looking at here. As always, just starting from the top, and this takes me literally seconds to see this. Like I'm talking about 10 seconds. Right. So we got our 5,200 cross right here. All right. So you automatically know we are long.
Yeah.
TradingView is so weird sometimes. I swear it just does its own thing. right? 5,200 cross. So we know we're in level 2, right? And then we're looking for, in this case, I'm gonna stop doing both because I don't want to, not to say I want to confuse people, but at this point you guys should kind of get it. So we're looking for W's off the 200, right? EMA. When the 200 is below the 50, you're looking for W's. When it's above, you're looking for M's. Kind of like the EA trade we mentioned, right? So beautiful. And as I always like to draw up all the time is our infamous. Let's do it the other way around this time. Let's do the W structure since we're looking for W's, right? So we do peak low on this particular one, right? So you got the W, break, retest, break, retest, M top, right? Now in this particular zone, remember once 5,200 cross, you can automatically tell that you are in level 2. So you're right here, right? You know you're in level 2. It's simple to see because you got the 5,200 cross, right? So once you're in level 2, the next thing you're looking for is W's. And gosh darn it, if you don't see this beautiful W right here off this 200 EMA that just runs super long, I mean, I can't make this stuff up. That's gonna be my catchphrase. I can't make this up, guys. It just does it all on its own. Right. So after you see that W, the next thing you'll be looking for. Now, this, I will say this does count because this is a W, but this is more or less a second W. This is the first W, right? And we got a second kind of funny looking W over here. You don't want to take the second W, right? But what you can take is the next bounce off this 50 going long. Now, I don't really like to take level 3 trades like this going back up because they could just reverse this whole thing and just go back down. As you see, we kind of hit like almost like a top around here. All right. But by the time it gets here, my stops will be at break even either way. So I'm not too worried about it. If it goes, great. If it doesn't, I won't really lose anything because I'll be at break even by the time price gets here. But I would expect it to bust past this and to reach this, the TDI ADR high, which will be our TP for the day. So this is almost a 1 for 2, 1.94. Right. So remember, you can't take this second W because you only get one shot at the W. That's it. But you can take this bounce. Right. In addition to that, we got our market baseline coming above the static here. Right. So we would be initially looking for price to just bounce off and just go long. So not a bad setup at all. And I was looking at this all day, but wasn't too sure if it was going to actually set up. So it finally did. Right. Now we can get a close above this little area price right here. Like we got 1 candle, 2 candle, 3 candle, 4 candles. So like literally 4 hours of just sitting in the same spot. Right. If we can break above this area, this will be a nice indication that this is about to continue to go long. Right. So you really just want to see this.
And you will hold it until the end of the day, or you will leave it?
No, I would definitely close this at 355 no matter what. So okay. I don't like the swing trade, as you know, but I will. I just don't like to. I don't want to hold a position more than like 2 days. I'm not going to pay swap 2 days in a row. But I never hold a trade over the weekend. Like never. I never do that. So it doesn't matter if I'm down, up, whatever it is. I'm going to close this position at 355 no matter what.
Yep.
So AJ was close. Well, as you see, I was waiting on it, but AJ is not too bad at all. Another one that was really close was CAD NZD, except this one kind of just fell apart. You see, I had this alert set here for the money trade. Right. Now this one's a little bit better. Actually, they're the same. Never mind, they're the exact same. Right. We got our 5,200 cross here, so we know we're looking for W's. We got this off the 200. We got this W structure here that went long. And we got another W structure. Funny looking, right? Whoops, funny looking structure, but going along too. Next, you'd expect the bounce to go back up to this area. So these were both very, very close to taking all day today. There were only two that were looking at, but CAD yen fell off the map when this started coming all the way down here. Like I saw this earlier in the day, like when it was like kind of around here. If we could have had a simple close above this, that would have been a nice one to take. Right? Close above here. At this point, your stop was down here. Right? But TP would have been up here. Nice one for 1.3. Nice and simple. Now it's a little bit more difficult, right? Because now you got to put your stop below the swing and still target. So actually get a little better entry if you could. But you want to probably move this up just a little bit. Give it a real shift. Yeah, so around right here. So barely a 1-for-1, right? But it is there. The pattern, the move, like being where you are in the cycle, everything's there. Right. The only thing I don't really like about this is if you look at the market baseline, you see it's kind of pointing down a little bit, like it wants to do this. Right. So not the best by far. So out of the two, AJ was actually prettier. Right. AJ was prettier than CAD yen, but these were the only two that I was actually looking at today. So not too much. But let's get to the rest of them here. And I'm going to put this on my other computer here so I can keep monitoring it.
AJ.
Yeah, AJ.
Continuation, break the highs. It looks actually like in the 1 hour, it's making higher highs. So you can see like the retracements is, let me see what price is this. Yes, it's 93. So if we're gonna break 93, this substructure from the retracements will be broken, and yeah, target the all-time high. There is an equal also at what price is this? 93.570. So maybe we could target those highs there at least.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So funny enough, that's exactly where this pretty much this blue tracer is. Right. For sure. By the time I get probably even here, like this is the Asian high, right? By the time I get here, and this is my process that I'm really going through. I'm looking for target areas, right, that they could possibly bounce off of. I'm stop loss to break even at this point, right? Like as soon as it gets there, I don't want my risk on the table anymore because this could easily bounce off this Asia high, come back down, take me out. I don't want to be a part of that, right? You could almost target it here, but this is a little far. It's actually the second bounce point that it could go. So I don't want to do it here. I want to do it right here, right at the Asia high is where I wanted to move my stop loss to break even. And like I mentioned, I really just want to see price close above this price right there. If we can get a close above this would be nice.
Yeah.
Right. Just let us close above that price. Then I would imagine it's going to continue to go higher from there. So cool. So let's jump into GU. We'll do GU, GJ, Bitcoin, and I'll probably round it off with that Euro USD trade from yesterday. That was just gorgy.
GJ, your favorite pair.
All right, cool. So this is actually a little bit funky looking, to be honest. Reason being is there's a lot of up and downs around here, right? We got cross to the downside, cross to the upside, cross to the downside. This is actually why I like the EMAs, because you get to kind of, it's that what I like to call landmark of like where you actually are in all of this. So you thought you was going down, then you thought you was going up, now you think you're going down, right? So this is kind of out of play for me right now until it does something like this, right? We got the 5,200 cross. All right, so you know from the 5,200 cross what we are looking for. All right, you know, we're in level 2. Level 2. And you know, we're looking for M's off the 200 at this point, right? Why M's and not W's? Because the 200 is above the 50, right? So from here, we're looking for that M structure. It's not far off, actually. You can tell it's not far off because if you look at the TDI, you can see the RSI line is outside the band right now. So it's creating that outside structure. So it wants to do something like this, or this is what I'll be looking for, right? Then a move to this 800 EMA down here. Simultaneously, as you see the market baseline is starting to curve up. See that little curve up? What it's trying to do? I want to see it finish doing that. Go ahead and curve on up for the reload. All right. This is what I want to see this move do. Then I will take it. All right. Close below here. Stop. Probably want to go above this blue tracer here. And you can target this 800 EMA. Nice 1 for 2.5. This would be gorgeous if this sets up. Obviously, it's not going to happen today. But if this happens next week, just how I mentioned EU about this week, this will be the trade of the week next week. And I will be all over this trade. Like all over it. There's a 0% chance that I will miss this if this sets up. I said that about EU.
Yep.
Right. So, but yeah, so obviously no action on GU. This is way too far away. This is definitely not going to happen today. This will take a minute. This might not happen until Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Right. I'd be surprised if it happened Monday. So I'll leave this here for next week. Then let's go on over to GJ. GJ was, yeah, just not really nothing for me for the simple fact that, now this was close, but let's walk through it all. We had our 5,200 here, right? 5,200 across. So you know exactly where you are, right? You're in level 2 to the 5,200 cross, right? I'm just put L2, right? Then you're looking for, in this case, W's off the 200, right? And it's funny, Amy, because literally when I mentioned like this is the process, I mean, come on, like it's not going to be pretty every time, because if it was pretty every time, everybody would catch it. Right, like that's not how it's supposed to be done. But there's two things that clues you in, right? Which is one, which is your W, right? That I'm mentioning, right? You got your, and you can always tell this because it's gonna be the furthest point. If you look at the TDI right here, this is the furthest point where the RSI line slightly went outside the band. So you can tell right here on the chart, going straight up, this is the first leg, the outside the structure, right? So you got the W here. Close above the 13, back below the 13, you got the wick, and then boom, this thing takes off. Now, of course, it just sat there for a little bit and then ran up. So it's not going to always be pretty, as I mentioned, but that's the move you're looking for, right? The next move that happens off of here would be after the W, remember, it's the bounce. So retest this area and bounce going long, right? So when you have that, you can already tell the next thing that you're looking for is this went up, this bounce off the 50 going long. That's expected. That's the expected move, right? The only thing that was wrong with this is, well, I didn't want to do that. The only thing that was wrong with this is, if you look closely to this, look, price never actually touched the 50. So this doesn't count.
Yeah.
This does not count because price did not touch the 50. You can't have a bounce off the 50 if it doesn't touch the 50. Right? Now, even
so if it missed, let's say, the 50, like no trades, no trade.
Nope.
Even
no trade.
Even like 2-3 points. No trade.
Nope. It can't even. This need to interact with the 50. I don't want it to wick it. I don't want it to come close. 2-3 pips points. No, that's not enough. I need to touch it.
For example, like you are not worried with, like, let's say the data provider. For example, this is forex.com. Maybe if you check Wanda, maybe it's already touched it. You never like had this type of issues where some data provider like it touch and others no.
Yep. So to be totally honest, that's a great question, Aymane. And yes, that has happened before. Obviously, I have a whole nother chart here. Even if I look at UGJ on here on my other screen, which I will do every now and then. Does this touch it? No, it doesn't. It's actually further away than this one is.
Okay.
Yep. Now, does that happen? Does that happen every now and then? Yeah, it will. But I just take that as, I mean, they got that one, right? Like 90+% of these work out perfectly. So I'm not going to trip over the few that don't, or the data provider. But yeah, for me, this didn't touch. And then again, on my other chart, this is even further away. So this one, that one really didn't touch. So yeah, this is just a no trade. And I would want to see some body on it, right? Like not just wicking it, not coming close. Like, no, I want to see a body, like the body of the candle. Maybe a close below this is what I want to see. Because at that point, I would think that there's traders who are like, hey, when we got to close below the 50 EMA, I'm going to go short, right? So with that information, I don't really want to. This is not enough for me. Like, this is just a pass. And even if it does go right, it's like, oh, it closed above the 13, right? Like, oh, you're supposed to take it. It closed above the 13. Your stops would have been here. Your TP would have been, let's say, up here or something. Even if you were here, right? So 1 for 1, like, oh, you hit and take profit. To me, that doesn't count. I don't even care about this move because that's not a setup. My setup is when it touches the 50. If I was to take all the trades that came close but didn't do it, I'll be in a whole nother boat right now. I wouldn't even be here probably.
Yeah.
Seriously. So it got to do it, right? And that's the main thing. And we could look, like, let's look at GJ on, let's say, Owanda, right? Just for giggles, right? Let's look at GJ on Owanda. All right, so this one missed it too. You see, it actually just didn't touch it. And we can look at this on a lot of them. It probably just won't touch it. FXCM didn't touch it. Right? It just missed it. And I wouldn't go through all of these, obviously, but it just didn't do it. It came close, but it didn't. It's like, oh, you almost won the game, but did you win the game? No, you still lost.
Yeah.
Right. So super close, but didn't do it.
The thing is, like, if you are asking like a profitable trader, or if you see someone taking some good trades, you should ask him not about the trade, but how many times you missed a trade or you didn't enter into a trade because of a couple of points and you stay disciplined. You stay. Yeah. So for me, like, it's really important. Also, the amount of patience the trader should have to wait for exactly the right perfect setup.
Yeah, it'll come. It'll definitely come. You just gotta be patient. That's really it. That's the main thing, is just hang in there. Because a lot of them come close, right? Like even when I was talking about CAD Yen today, CAD Yen came close to it, right? But just even look at this. Had I took this position right here when it was above but didn't close, I would have got stopped out on the very next candle. That's not good at all. It's not good at all. You just gotta be chill and be patient. So cool. That was GU and GJ. Then I want to get into Bitcoin, which is ripping right now. I always want y'all to remember that I took this trade. I took this trade right here, man. Like, this thing been up ever since. Like, ever since it has been up. Even yesterday, this huge move up. Man, keep in mind, I got in here at 87, right? 87,000. This thing's at 102 right now. So more than 10,000, like percent wise, right? Right. This thing goes up 18% since I closed it or entered it. Right. But that's how it is. I don't like to hold trades over the weekend no matter what, and especially Bitcoin. You'll be up 10,000 on Bitcoin on Friday, come Sunday open, you down 20,000. You're like, what just happened?
Yeah. Like I don't know exactly. I'm not sure like how on CFDs the Bitcoin, but like how you calculate the, let's say for one contract, how much the points cost. Like,
so that's a good one. That's a good one too. It's a little bit difficult to do, to be honest, but I just moved the decimal point over too. And then also what you can do is, like, even on here, BTC USD, buying it. So what you can also do is just do it this way, so you can see exactly how much it would be, right?
oh, so in the platform, like it shows how much you are risking, the dollar amount.
Yep.
Yeah,
So right here, let's say if I
exactly
put my stop loss at, oh no, let me go long. Let's say if I were to put my stop loss right here into there, my stop loss is right here at, let's say 73,800, right? If I come over here, whoops, then I put my,
so the calculator is built in also there.
Yep.
Okay, that's
yeah,
great actually.
So you can just do it like this. Like I can automatically know if my stop loss at 73,800, 0.01, I will only lose 292. Right.
Okay.
And then so you can already tell from here. You just kind of, basically a risk from that point. Right. Even on the plus side, right? Like let's say our TP was, let's say we put the TP at the all-time high, which is about 108,000. Let's put it there.
Mm-hmm.
You can put it at 108,000. Right? I can tell I make $500 off this. Right? Obviously, I'm risking. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, that's right. That's wrong. 108,000. Wait, something is off about this.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me look at
109, 108.
Yeah, 108. I don't know why they're doing that.
Maybe there is a comma there. 108.
Let me just erase all of this. Oh man, that's interesting.
Yeah, but it gave you like the number of pips, so that's good. Just I think the profit and loss. Profit 400.
Yeah, it looks like I'm risking.
So if you check on Trading View, what is the RR from the entry point? So 1. So
yeah, it should be equal.
So it's not equal. I think it's equal 500 though.
Now, if you think about it, if I'm risking, right here it says I'm risking 16,000 pips, and I'm getting 18,000 pips. That makes sense. But here I'm risking 4,000 pips.
Yeah, but you should check the charts on like BTC there. You should, in the platform. What is the price currently? Not in Trading View, but on.
So the current price is
103.
Yeah.
165. And now on Trading View, it's because even in Trading View there is not just one data provider, so it's yeah, it's the same. It's same. Also like one in Trading View, also 13058.
So I'm risking 29,000. Because so basically how it says, and this is how I calculate it too, how it says 29,300. That's not 29,000 pips. That's actually 290. So I take off like those two really.
Okay.
Anyway, you can see right here, it tells you how much you'll lose. That's the main thing.
Yep.
Sweet. And I think that was really it from my side. Let's go to EA real quick. Now, EA was just so gorgeous yesterday. Literally just made my week. Made it 1%, full 1% on this yesterday on everybody's account. Like this one trade yesterday was more than $10,000 for me. That's insane.
Wow. That's good.
Absolutely amazing. And once again, this is my A+ setup right here. Everybody caught this. Like my whole group caught this. Now I did have one trader who she had something to do. So she like ended up closing it at 76. Right. So she closed this trade at 76, which is around right here. Yeah. And we got out at 50 pips later at 26.
Yeah.
Right. So she missed 50 pips off of this, but she's a bit newer and she's still like getting her bearings together, basically. So it was good she won the trade. That's just first of all. She had a killer entry right at 27, just like everybody else. Right. We got in at 27 and we got in at 7. Right. So 7. So killer entries. Right. But she ended up closing it. We took 2 positions, one here and one here. And actually, she didn't even take this second entry. She only took she didn't take the first entry. She only took the second one. So her price was killer price, right? All the way as nearly as tippy top as it can go, and rode it all the way down to here. So she made some money off this trade yesterday. But you know, you can always improve, right? So my question to her was, I was like, "Hey, great job, taking the trade." I just got 2 questions for you. Like, 1, why did you close the trade? And 2, what was your exit price? Because with that information, I could pretty much deduce what I needed to know. Like, oh, okay, I see what happened. She said she was going to be busy with the rest of the day. She had some clients and stuff, for her business. So she didn't want to be like stuck in a trade or not knowing what's going on. So she just closed it, which in her defense, I said, hey, you did the right thing. Like if you weren't going to be able to come check the charts and be.
But the thing is, like, when someone like this close a trade and for you, for example, you let it run, like it can impact his, let's say, his PNL later. So maybe if so let's say next time you got a loss and he got the same loss like you. So you are still, let's say, up, but he's down or break even.
That's exactly what I told her. That's literally exactly what I told her. I was like, great job, because I don't want to just beat her up and like, yo, you messed up and you did. Like, I didn't want to do that because she's still a bit newer, right? Like, so I just wanted to let her know you did a great job, like executing, putting your stop loss, whatever. Like, she calculated her own stop and everything. Like, she's good enough and further enough along that I like don't baby her in a way. So I was asking her like, okay, we in a trade. I'm like, what's your stop loss? What's your TP? What's your lot size? You know what I'm saying? So I can see if she did this right. And sure enough, she did it exactly right. So I'm like, Amber, great job. Great job. That's exactly, what she's supposed to do. And then we get off, we on live Zoom, obviously in the mornings with my group. And then we get off and then she talks about how, she's like, hey, I closed the trade, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh, well, great job. But, why did you close it? And what's your exit? When she told me she got out at 77, I was like, oof. Like she missed 50 pips of the ride.
It's a lot. 50 pips on Euro USD. It's a lot.
Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to know, like, did you close it because you couldn't believe you was up that much, or like, what made you close the trade, right? And then she made the mistake of, and I'll say it's a mistake because we have a 2-hour rule, right? Like if the trade is not in your favor up big in 2 hours, you got to close the trade. That's just what I do. Because typically when I execute one of these 5 setups, the trade will go in my favor pretty quickly, right? Like pretty quickly, it'll go in our favor. If it's sitting around for an hour and a half, 2 hours, I don't really like that. And the trades that I set in that long, they tend to not work out great. So we have a 2-hour rule. Like Close the trade if you're not up big in 2 hours. So what happened was 2 hours went by and she closed it because that's what she thought. But I was telling her today, I'm like, no, you missed the other half of like the lesson, which is if you're up, you just move your stop loss to break even and take some off the table. You don't close the trade, right? Because this could keep going, which is exactly what it did.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
she learned a lot.
And you call it like the day before. You said this
Yep.
trade, I'm not gonna miss it. I'm gonna
Yep.
put the full size on it. I'm gonna take all the on the account. And
Yep.
it did exactly like what you said. It's like
Yep.
this is like one of the days when like everything is connected, everything is coming with the flow, and you feel it.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
sometimes I don't know if you have this thing, Michael, also, but sometimes I feel like I will have a good day in trading just the way I wake up.
Yep.
I don't know if you have it also or not. It's just from the way I wake up, just I don't know, just the energy I have.
Yep. You had a good night's sleep. You woke up before the alarm. Everything seems to be working out great.
Yeah. And like when you feel like in the morning that you are tired and you feel like, okay, today maybe I will have a red day, and it happened exactly like a red day today.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. No, you hit it right on the head. Right on the head. So yeah, we was just really getting into all of that, right? As far as like, because so back to it, like the 2 hour rule, I'm like, like you don't want to close it at 2 hours. You just want to move your stop loss to break even. And that's it, right? So she didn't make as much money as she was supposed to make off the setup, but she learned a lot, right? And that's what I was preaching to her today, me and my partner. Like, yo, like when you mess up like this, you got to learn from the lesson. So the next time this happens, you get further. You don't want to be in this position again next time, right? Like if we up big next time and 2 hours pass and everybody move their stop loss to break even and take something off the table and you close your trade, now you messed up. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't learn from the last lesson. Like you gotta, it's okay to make the lesson once, make the mistake once, maybe twice. And I'll say maybe, but this cannot happen a third time. Like it just can't. Right? Because at that point, like I tell everybody in my group, like it's literally, it should be illegal to miss your A+ setup and don't put your full position on it. Right? And she, in essence, she mismanaged the trade. It's like, yeah, everybody made a nice profit off that. And you missed out on more than you made. Right? Because she only made like 35% off of it. I'm sorry, 0.35%. And she missed 50%. So she missed more than she made had she, stuck to the process. Right?
Yeah.
So we don't want to beat her up too bad, but at the same time, I'll be remiss if I didn't let her know, like, hey, you kind of messed this up a little bit, right? Like, great job for, bagging your, first trade. You did it on your own for the most, well, not on your own. We still called it for her. She's put her stop loss, TP, lot size, all that she did on her own. But when it comes to managing the trade, right, which you seen me doing live yesterday, that's another part of the whole process. Doing your TA to see if it's profitable trade. Next up would be actually execution, and then it's management, right? So you can't fall off. Oh, I'm up, and then you close the trade because you up. Like no, that's not how it works. Because like you said, Aymane, the next time if we lose a trade, let's say we lose 0.5% on the trade, we still up. You're not though, because you didn't. So it's super important to make sure that is followed exactly to the T, because otherwise, like you said, it messes up your whole P&L. And that was our whole message to her today. And she's a good girl, right? Like she's a business owner, she understands, and she has the determination to do it, like to do all of this, right? So we've had full faith in her. I want to say she's our best student that we have, but we just wanted to harp on her, a little bit harder so she can understand next time. Like, all right, now everybody made a decent amount off this, but you the only one who didn't take this the right way. And this is the epitome of, cutting your losers short and letting your winners run, right? Like you gotta get good at, doing that exact part right there. So, and especially when you wait so long, right? Like the market's been a little choppy. We haven't had super clear setups except for last week, which was on that Euro AUD, and this week. So it looks like maybe it's kind of starting to even out. But these A+ setups like this, I mean, come on. You see me, Aymane. I go through this same stuff 5 days a week, right? Like this is the setup to take when this happens, right? When you see this 1350 cross like this and you on level 1, you need to realize where you are, right? You should expect this to come down, expect this pullback, and expect this run to this 200 EMA. Now, this did not hit the 200 EMA. If you actually look at it, it came close, but it came what? It was, this ADR was at 97, and this was at 92. We're talking about 5 pips away. And this is exactly why you have to trail your stops too, because imagine had I not moved my stop loss, plus whatever, this would have came all the way back and took me out. You know what I'm saying? Or how I mentioned to you, I always close my trades at 355. I closed this trade at the low yesterday, right? Like all the way down here at 27, like somewhere around 27, right? So super, super low, all the way down here, right? And when I just think about this, just look at the execution of waiting, right? If I got in at 27 all the way up here, 27 is right here, is where my entry was. Make this red. This is where I sold it at. Right. And then I got out at 27 all the way over here. Right. Somewhere right here. Come on. That's this is nearly the full ride. This is 80+% of the move right here that we was able to capitalize off of with the process in place. So when I say this is exactly why I do it this way, this is exactly why. Because I'm able to capitalize the majority of the move. Remember, by the time we got on, I already sold a quarter of it. And then around here, like shortly after we got off, I sold the other 75%. Don't seem like much. There's only 1% on the account. But again, I got a million bucks on all of these accounts together. 1% and that's 10K. Easy. One day. And this is why I love trading. So just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful setup, beautiful move, right? And just always want to be able to capitalize off this exact stuff. My bad. Let's check out let's check this out really quick. Then I'll pass it over to you, Aymane. I feel like I've been preaching.
Like actually it's good. Like the setup you called, like it was same thing actually you are saying all the time. And it's just same thing again and again and again. AUD GPY.
Yeah, so it's kind of right here. We're on a 1 hour. So you see the funny thing is it still hasn't closed above here. It's like right here, but it won't close. I want to see this close above this. Then I'll know it's ready. Right? So what we'll see, we'll be on here obviously, but if this can still turn back around because it hasn't closed. It's set up and confirmed, but it hasn't closed yet. I want to see this close above this green line, and then I'll know it's good. But cool. That's it. I'm done preaching. Your turn.
No, it's actually good analysis. Thank you, Michael. Let's show the NQ. Let's make a recap of the week and then
let's do it.
Window. Let's make this boom. Yep. I think you can see my screen.
Yep.
Let's make this like this. Let's go to NQ. Let's start with the calendar. There is few things like I want to mention the really important, but I will start first with the calendar and then I will show the chart. So Monday we had like ESM service PMI, red folder. Tuesday we had like nothing interesting except of this trade balance. Wednesday we had FOMC, which there was no change in terms of interest rates. And Thursday we had unemployment claims, and later we had Trump was speaking and confirmed some US deal with the
China.
especially with China and the UK. So there was a little bit positive, let's say positive statements from President Trump. He said something like "Go buy stocks." So we saw like this.
Yeah.
So we saw like this I think 1-2% move to the upside. And today nothing special. We saw big push back to the range to the downside. So yeah, let me show just what we did this week. Let's start with the weekly candle. And this is what actually I want to say is it's really important as a trader to see and to know when it's like there is start of new cycle, or let's say
Mhm.
change of market conditions. Because as you can see now, if you are trading this week here, this week, maybe you are targeting 200 point, 300 point easy. But as you can see here, just from the size of the weekly candle, so we are making, let's say in this week we made 2,500 points. Here again, let's say how many points? So from the high till the low of the week, 3,000 points. So let's check this week. So from the high till the low, 600 points. So this is like, let's say it's 5 times less or 4 times less than usual. So definitely there is a slow of, let's say, of slow of like the pip range, like the movements. So as
Right.
a trader, you have to be able to adapt to those things. If you are a day trader who target, let's say, 100 points, because some traders I know, they are fixed, they are targeting always 100 points or something. But
Yeah.
yeah, with this type of markets, and especially we are heading to the, let's say, June, the summer, like most of the time the volatility drop. Yes, there is Trump in the office, we expect everything, but like from like the data, at least this is how I think from my data, like summer approaching the summer, sometimes the volatility drop. Yes, there is the context this year is a little bit different than before, but still you have to be able to, let's say you are going to your weekend, you have to be able to see, okay, there is a little bit change of the market behavior, market conditions. Before, one minute you find, let's say, 30, 40, 50 points in 1 minute candle. Now you can see
Mhm.
it's, let's say, back to normal. So you have to be able to spot those things as a trader and try to adapt. If you are a trader who is targeting 100 points, it's up to you, but you have to double check, because you, as you can see, all the week we made 500 points. And if we came here to the low here, this week, for example, this couple of weeks, yeah, just 1 week we made let's say 2,000 points. So yeah, that's one thing I want to mention. It's really important as a trader to know and to adapt always. So let's check this week price action, what we did. Literally nothing, just taking the lows, taking the highs, come back to the range. So Monday here, like nothing. We stayed between the 19,967 and 20,210. We create the low on Tuesday, and at the same time, like we were preparing for the FOMC statements, and like Wednesday, I was expecting, like, if there is something shocking in FOMC statement, maybe change in interest rates, we will see this demand right here. I had one demand on the 1 hour, but there was no change. And what happened is, like, we came back again to the range, and yeah. So Thursday we had unemployment claim. Yeah, unemployment claims. It was here on Thursday. Yes, Thursday it was here. So NY session open, we dropped, I think, how many points we dropped? Yeah, 200 points. And then like Trump had a speech where I think the deal with the China, something related to tariff with the UK. And then we saw this big push to the upside. It's here. I took a really good buy from here. And then Friday, nothing, just trending slowly from Asia, like NY session. If we go to the 15 minutes, like it was really let's say bad price action. So when you start seeing the wicks everywhere, you see the wicks here, you see wicks
Right.
here, you see.
Right.
So you can see that yeah, okay, it's not that's clean, because if you check to the left here, we have a really clean move to the downside. So for me, like, yeah, I was also bullish. If I traded today, I will look for buys. But it's Friday, that's one. Second thing, like before the open, we had this. Yeah, here. Oops. Like we had this big wick here. So we had this big wick, and we had same candle. We had some big wicks here, and what we did is, yes, we were trending. So we were trending, and then we came here. We have big candle, took this previous wick, closed red, come back with big candle again. Oops, we fail here, and then we break lower. So definitely there was a lot of liquidity taken. So there was a lot of stop hunts, and this is one thing about the Mondays and Fridays. Like just the price. When you see the price, I'm trading just NQ. So when NQ does something like I'm not used to, I know, like, just, or it's a Monday or it's a Friday.
Yep.
So yeah, and this is what's happened. And let's check some intraday levels that we had for today, but NQ didn't respect them. So let's start with the daily. As you can see here, the daily, we are between this supply here. Let me draw it. So we are between this supply right here and this demand here on the daily. On 2 days ago, we had, like, after the FOMC, we had my favorite candle. We took this previous week with this week, come back, close green, got continuation, tap into the supply, and now we are coming back, like, to this candle here. We test the wick and we are rejecting, but still on the supply. So when you check the 4 hour, so the 4 hour, like, we had
4 hour look
some,
nice. This 4 hour look nice for a short.
yeah, short, yeah, like too short from here, like from this.
Well, no, if the candle was to close below, like where the wick is on the low side, yeah, if it closed below that structure right there, that would be nice.
Yeah,
nice
yeah. But
candlestick
I think,
pattern.
like, I think the 4 hour currently is doing this exact same thing that the 1 hour did earlier. You can see here, this is the 1 hour candle. So we pushed lower and we came back close inside the wick. You see? You see this 1 hour big bearish candle. So we went lower and come back close inside. You consider this like close below or above? It's above. Yeah, it's above. So yeah, so maybe the 4 hour now will do the same thing, because I assume Michael also mean like those wicks here, like you want to close below those wicks, or at least here, or all of them, all of those 3 weeks, let's say.
So I would actually prefer to close below all of that, right? So
Yeah.
yep, I want exactly.
But the
So
problem with this price, we had this week also.
Yeah, I guess, and I don't know. I do know that's there. That's like trap volume, so to speak. But if we can get, in my opinion, and obviously this is just one piece of the puzzle, but if I was to see a close below that whole structure, right? Like where that wick is on the left hand side, and then the no, to the left. Yep. So the body of that candle, the body of it, yeah, right there. If I can get a close below all of that, to me that would be a nice indication of going short.
Yeah.
No wick though; it
Yeah.
needs to close below that price.
Yeah. And this is the thing on ranging market. Like when the price is ranging, and especially I'm talking about NQ. When the price is ranging, like most of the time, what NQ do is like NQ knows that he will stay between, let's say, points A and point B. Oops. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So what's most the time happen? Why B? Yeah. Okay. So what's most the time happen? Like when we are ranging is, let me where is it? I'm not used to, yeah, here. So what's most the time happen is because let's say NQ know that he will stay in a range. So big push with big candles until the supply or the resistance, whatever you want to call it, and then come back, retrace, come back like this, show that we will break and come back to the range again. Big push down and big candle at the end, and then come back to the range. So this is like actually, and we will start to see this, and you can remember this, Michael. Like when we will start, like on the summer, like you will see like NQ, if of course there is no volatility, you will see like these things happen a lot, and especially the first hour of NY session. Like you will see like some big candles to the supply, reject, come back to the demand, big candle like we are breaking, come back to inside, and we will see like this happen a lot, especially when there is low volatility. So yeah, let's go back to NQ. Yep. So some intraday levels for today. So to be honest, I had this level right here. We took this previous week, close bullish, and we had continuation. Yes, we mitigated right here. We touched it with this wick here, and we got the move. But if I was trading today, I will try to buy from this area. So on the 30 minutes, we had also this reversal here candle, took this previous week, close green, got continuation, even though like we took it, but we still hold it here. So we had this big bearish candle, took this previous week, come back, close green, and we create the failure, and now we are pushing. This is exactly a good setup, and I think on the 15 minutes it's more clearer. Like we had push to the demand, failure, and now we are pushing back here. So what do you think, Michael, about this? This is for you also a failure or not?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
in a way, it's a little different for sure, but yeah, as long as the market structure is there, right? Because I mean, I'll get a lot of people ask like, oh, so where do you trade? I'm like, oh well, I trade market structure, you know, I trade order flow and price action. That's like the main things. Like, and we all have our own system of doing that, right? But as long as it's there, then that's good. Like I can clearly see what you see right now. We got the long wick that's like tagging on all of that, right? That's what I would call the outside structure. We got this close above to make everybody think it's going long. Then we got the huge candle, bearish candle after that, going back low, right? And they're like, oh, maybe we was wrong. Let's go ahead and close our position. And then you got that last little retest of that same area with that little below wick, right? Get everybody thinking, oh, it's going short. And then lastly, you get this one candle that closes above that whole little, not the whole structure, but majority of the structure, right? Saying, no, we're going long. This looks like it would be that. Now, I would want to see this close above that other piece to the left, right? Like to the left, yeah. I want to see a close above that. Then it'll give me, all right, I'm definitely sure. Because it could go up there and bounce off that and go back low again.
Yeah, and I think this is what could happen. That's what I'm more, let's say, into, like taking those highs here, come back, see the close, and then come back again to the range. But I don't know if there is any news, because there is Trump at 10. Okay, but yeah, this is possible. Like creates, or if we break, yes, this is confirmation for you if I understand well. So if we break this level here, like this 20,170.
Yeah. If it closes above that, yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
Because we got
So yeah.
everything else. Like when you talk about a W, like that is that W pattern. It's in a area of interest, right? So a lot of traders probably went out, grabbed on and piled on right there. And we got everything else, really. I just want to see that close above that structure right there. That would be, for me, that would tell me a lot. Like, all right, I'm long. I would put my stop loss below all of that, and you know what I mean. My TP would just be at least 1-to-1 moving forward.
Yeah, but definitely, like, let's see, maybe we could find a small scalp, because definitely it's pushing to break this high right here. So when I check, let me show the footprints. Boom, entire screen. Yeah. Yep. So actually, from here, like from when I saw this big orders here, and there was no movement, I think it was like from 4:30, and I was with my guys on Zoom, and I said it, like I said, like failure and then go higher, it's possible, but buying from here just because you saw those orders and no movements, yes, you could still be in a trade if you put your stop lower. We didn't take it, but from here, from when I saw this, because this is minus 1043 contracts, it's a lot of money. Like if you multiply this by, I don't know the margin for NQ, maybe 23,000, something like this, it's a lot of money. So this minus 1,000, it's it's a lot. And when you see this minus 1,000 contract and there was no movement, of course you have to say there is something. So yeah, there is something, and you can see like this minus 1,000. So it means something. So for me, like when there is this plus, you can see the volume, like here, the volume, like 11,380 on this. Hello?
Yeah.
I don't know if, okay, I'm in.
I can hear you.
Yeah. No, I thought I lost connection.
No, you're good. I can hear you.
Yeah. So when you see like this 11,380 in volume, and at the end plus, this is a really good setup just in terms of looking at the delta for a reversal. So volume, big volume, sellers are getting out. Some signs, buyers, to be honest, from here still didn't step in. Maybe it shows a little bit of strength, but when you compare the price action with the delta, you will see that like we're dropping strong. At least we need a failure before going higher. So after this, yes, if I got continuation from here, like we did here, like we had minus 664, we got continuation. But here, like we had this minus 1,779, and straight come back, touch it and break it. So definitely here it was something. And yeah, and you can see like maybe 2 hours later, like now we are fading. But still, this is the thing with the footprint. You have to combine it with the price action, because now, like this, yes, it means that we are getting a reversal, or let's say retracement, at least here. But it will not show you just alone, okay, we are going higher, we are targeting. No, it never showed that. Like for me, just it helped my scalping to when I will take continuation and we will take reversal. And when I combine it like with big candles at the end with the wicks, Like sometimes I get really good entries for scalping, really good entries. So let's say, for example, here, if I was shorting this market right here, scalping, when I will start seeing these big orders and no movements and coming back, I will stop, let's say, taking shorts, but switch the buy short-term direction to, I will start looking for longs. So yeah, let's see if, okay, so let's see what we have here. Let's start with the volume. So this candle here, we took this previous week, close green, come back, retested. We had some buyers here, minus 129, minus 173. Actually, let's check just the price because I have to see the price. Let's see the candlesticks. Yeah, big candle into this supply here. Because why it's supply, you can see we took this previous week. This is just a big one, and I will not draw this candle like a supply. So we are between a supply and demand. That's why, like, it's better to stay out.
So sit back.
Yeah. Yes, we have this supply here, big candle, and now it looks like we are pushing just to break this high. But let's see. Small candle here, the size for me matters. So small candle, trending, pushing higher, took out all those wicks, break and close above. Yeah, let's see this 5 minutes candle, how it will close. Let's see this 5 minutes candle. Let's go back to footprint to see, okay, we have this big sellers here. Minus 80, 87 in cluster. So let's see how we will react with this cluster right here. And if I would take buys, I will take just to target those highs here, just to take this high. So maybe 10 points, 10, 15 points. So we have a big cluster here, 145 at the low. So it shows some strength of the buyers, but nothing. Let's get more ticks, 8 ticks. Let's see, 7 ticks. Yeah. So let's wait for this 5 minute candle to close and see if we will take those highs. So, yeah, see what we got. Yep. So let's wait. Let's go back to check the delta. What we have on delta. So we are breaking this big cluster here in the middle, but the candle still is not closing, and there is buyers, but just normal, not something, let's say some big market orders or something. Yeah, we broke this minus 100 here on the sell side, and now we are testing it from the other side. So we test this. This is the biggest cluster on this candle. So we tested once, we broke it, and we are creating supports on it. So let's see if we will get the break. But we will need definitely a lot of. We need some good buyers
to step in.
Yes,
here.
Yeah. We need some good buyers. Let's go back to see the candlesticks. Let's see the 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. Not that strong buyers, but still we are still holding for now this 100 cluster that I showed. We are still holding this. Like even the sellers, like, yeah, not that strong. Volume wise, let's see volume. So 6,896, 2,487, 89. Let's see if there is some buyers now. We took the low. Still inside the wick, so still in support.
Yep.
Still on the support. Yep.
Yeah, it's like right there.
Yeah. But we will see. Like I don't like what I see. So I don't want to get caught on some ranging.
Nah, you're gonna end up like me. You're gonna end up like me on AJ.
Yeah. Let's check the ATR. So the ATR on 1 minute is 10 points. So this actually will be my target, just 10 points. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna take a small buy.
Nice. Okay. Let's
Just,
check it.
just stop loss right below it. How many points? Yeah, 10 points stop. Let's target. Let's see those highs here. Yeah, some 72, but I want a continuation from those, like, to this cluster here, continuation. Let's see if we will get continuation.
Let's do it. See what we got.
Yeah. Let's see the 15-minute candle, how we are closing.
Let's see.
Let's follow it on the delta. Yeah, this 68, we need continuation from this 68. Come on, 68. The volume is not that big at the end. Let's see. We need this 15 minutes to close and see how it will close. We need at least a rejection.
Yeah, probably from that second level that's right there to the left, where all of those candles are lined right on up. Yep, all right there.
Yeah.
Bouncing off that same little area, as you can see, with the wick. Let's see if they do it.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so now we are pushing, but it's really struggling to break. Like this week for me, if we break this week, okay, it's invalid. It's at 10 points, so 10 points, it's somewhere here, like at the 48. So let's see at 48. Okay. Let's see how the fight. Okay, so there is a little bit of good buyers. Okay, that's good.
It's right there. Let's go ahead and pull on up now.
Yeah, we need just 10 points. 10 points, I will close. Because there is buyers. You can see there is some good buyers enter. So there is some big cluster. So we need at least a push here before maybe take those lows. So let's see. Okay. Wow. Come on. Give it to us, NASDAQ.
Yes. Everyone's watching. Let's do it. I want to see it
Give
happen.
it.
Oh, you got a nice little gap up right there. It might do it.
Yeah. For me, what's a little bit like worry is here. I want to see how we are reacting to this. But
it looked like it might push right past that though. Maybe.
Yeah.
That's an interesting gap.
15 minutes close right now. Okay. There is momentum for sure. Okay. Yeah. It's a little bit tricky one.
Yeah, it's like right on the cusp
Tricky.
of it all.
I want straight continuation. If okay, that's what I want. Break even.
Yeah.
10 points already got here. It's 46 is 10 points.
Hey,
So
there we go.
nice, good scalp, and I'm out.
Hey, you gotta love scalping, man. You be killing it with that, Amy.
Oh, what?
I said you gotta love scalping in and out just like that.
Yeah, actually, like scalping. Oh, let me get back to the screen. So, scalping, I like scalping, especially like sometimes I put some accounts, like just
Yeah.
small accounts, and I just scalp like 10 points.
Mm-hmm. No, I
Because,
gotta
like
love it.
I know a couple of coaches will disagree, but I can literally trade any type of market. Like I can scalp in an ATR of 5 points. I can scalp on an ATR of 10 points if an ATR
Right.
of. But yeah, for sure, if you are just new to trading, scalping is really hard because a lot of times,
You gotta
Michael.
think too fast. It's way too many decisions that need to be made up in a quick amount of time. And for newbies, that's not a good thing. You need to have time to think.
Yeah, and you saw me right now. How many times I switch because I have one screen. I didn't.
Yeah.
But you see how many times I switch from here to here to here. So, and you have to
Right.
see all the time frame. You see, Michael, what I mentioned about this area.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Bounce
this
right
is the
off of it.
area. Yeah. So because it's same thing. I'm trading the same candle with like took this previous week, closed bearish, and it's unmitigated. So first touch is really important. And that's what it literally got. So we touch it and straight away. So it was the right, like let's say, moments when I exit the trade.
Right.
So
No, that's perfect. Perfect. Yeah, my
yeah,
AJ trade not going too good. It's going the other way now. Whoa, that thing is going down quick too.
yeah.
You caught the hell out of that one, Aymane.
Yeah, because like when you are scalping, like even my context was to check those highs, but when I switched to the 1 minute, I saw like what I show you. So for me, like yes, I can hold, but I will go break even when this touch, because for me
Yeah,
this is really just the way I trade with the
that's a
price action. Those
huge candle. And one, like, yeah, that's
yeah,
something.
that's something, yeah. And especially like when there is Trump said something just a few minutes ago. Let me show it. Yeah, it's somewhere here, I think. No. Yeah, he said something. I will not lower the taxes for China. For now, I think it's something like this. I yeah, never mind. So yeah, like let's check. What's pair are you in? Like
I'm on
AUD.
AJ. Yep, AUDJPY. Yeah, this thing.
So
I'm gonna have to end
let's
up
do some.
closing this because it's about to close. Well, it won't do it now, but if it closes below this 13, I'm out of it.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, so you see this supply, same type of candle, Michael. Took this previous week, come back, continuation. So this is a 4-hour supply for sure. But we touch it multiple times, one time, two times. Yes, the substructure is bullish. Actually, it's a good trade, and especially on the 1 hour when I check the 1 hour.
Yep,
Like
that's exactly what I
like
mean.
big, yeah, big push all the way. Retracements, another push.
Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
higher lows.
Yeah, it's still valid to be honest. Like it's still
Mm-hmm.
really good trade. Yeah, it's just Friday.
Exactly. It's just Friday.
It's just Friday.
Yeah, that Friday you gotta watch out for 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, we have this area here. Let's see. Yeah, but Forex is a little bit hard for me. Like I have to analyze more higher time frame.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yep. Oh, it's the lights. Yeah, here it is.
Gotta love
So,
it. Gotta love it.
yeah. Yeah, next week we have a lot of red folder news. Let me see. So 12. So we have on the 13 May, we have CPI. Whoa. So we have the CPI. Let's see how, if there will be something interesting on CPI, something unexpected, some big numbers. So definitely there is CPI on the 13, which is I think 13, which is Thursday. Okay, Tuesday, sorry. So Tuesday we have CPI. That's interesting. And I think this is the only red folder news that we have. Let's see. Okay, we have OPEC and we have crude oil. Yeah.
Nice.
PPI. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I
Definitely
really
it
gotta
will be
watch out for is the red news, because like my strategy and like the way I set it up is I don't want to be in trades before red news, and I don't want to be in it. I want to enter afterwards. So for me, it's only a 8 to 12 time frame. So if I got like news at like 10:30, 11, that's not a good trading day for me because I don't really want to enter trades before the news, but I want to be out. I mean, I don't want to take trades after 12. So it kind of messes up my whole day when it's a lot of huge red folder news. I'm more or less just watching more than anything.
Yeah.
And then if I get a clean setup, obviously I'm all over it. But yeah, it makes it that much tougher. I like when we have red news at 8:30 Eastern. News at 8:30 Eastern
This is exactly what I want to say. Like
yeah.
I want also like red folder news just at 8, like pre-market, pre-NY
Yeah.
session. I don't like, and I don't know why it happened. Like you have news at 10, you have Eastern
Yeah.
time. You have news at 11, and it messed up the price action because normally
Mm-hmm.
before the news, like it's an indecision. There is always
Yep. People just
indecision.
waiting. The move isn't there. I want
Yeah,
all
and
that to go on 8:30, you know what I'm saying? 8 o'clock, 8:30. And then when I jump on at 9, like, because that's when stuff start happening. Because for me, that's when that 4-hour candle closes. I want to see my 4-hour confirmation depending on what setup I'm going for. So if I can get news at 8:30 and then at 9 o'clock the candle closes and it's either, you know, it's on the right side or it's not on the 4-hour candle, then I can enter the market. I'm good for 9, 10, 11, the 9 o'clock hour, 10 o'clock, 11. Wait, 9 o'clock hour, 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour. That's 3 hours, right? I'm
Yeah,
good
and the
with
timing,
yeah.
like you are explaining, is really important. Timing
Mm-hmm.
is really important in trading, and sometimes like some calendars, it's messed up. Like it's messed up a little bit, like your timing. If you are, let's say, you are getting your A plus setup, for example, me. Sometimes I get my A plus setup 5 minutes before NY session.
Yeah.
Sometimes at 10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
reversal, like 10 a.m. Eastern time reversal. So when there is a news like on the in the session, it missed a little bit the let's say, just you feel it, you see, like it's not, yeah, the news that's coming, it's like you said, it keep like the move waiting.
Yeah. And it's too hard sometimes, right? Like if you got news at 10:30 or 11, I mean, that's it. That's the whole day. It's in the middle of prime time trading for me. I don't want to be part of any of that. It makes it difficult. It makes it difficult. And then you don't want to be in a position where you got to close your trade in the negative because big red folder is coming out, right? I don't
Yeah.
like it. It doesn't work out. At the very top of my list is check the news. Like just automatically, that's number one thing to do on all my setups is check the news. And typically on Sundays, I will, with my group, I go through like what the following week is going to look like. So I'm like, okay, Monday we're good, Tuesday we're good. Oh man, Wednesday, Thursday we got some late news, 10:30 and 11. Wednesday, Thursday gonna be a little bit difficult. Friday we open, right? So our good days should be Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. But that Wednesday, Thursday, it's gonna be a little bit iffy with those days because the news is happening way too late. And yeah, I've been in so many trades before. Like I'm sure you have too, Aymane, where you think you're going and all of a sudden, boom, you get stopped out. You're like, what just happened? Like, what just happened? I was like, can't stand. I hate when this happens. And you're like, oh, it was news. Oh, it was news. Don't you think you should have knew that? Not only was it news, it was CPI, it was PMI, it was FOMC. You didn't know that?
and the funny thing now, like with Trump, like on a couple of websites, they are putting, when Trump is speaking, they are putting this on like white or blue. So it's not like it's not red. They're putting on blue or white. And when I see this, I say, man, you should put this on purple or another color.
Like, come on, man, stop playing. They trying to stop some traders out. You know what? Trump is the main market maker. He's the stock hunter. That's what he is.
He is for sure. He is. Yeah.
Yes. It's just those times where it's like, you know, you swear you got it, and then something stupid happens like that. You're like, oh my God. Yeah, I've been in too many bad trades like that where I'm like, you know what? I need to get better at paying attention to the news. And it's just as simple as that. So I have a whole process. In essence, before my process even happens, there's a news process that goes on first. I have an app in my Discord where every day at 7 o'clock, it automatically sends the high impact news in my Discord. That's how.
Yeah. Like I have one, like it's connected to Twitter. Some couple of, let's say Twitter, who this financial juice that I showed you. Like they give you like by the second if there is something like said red folder or Trump or anything. And it help a lot. Like when it pop up just 2-3 seconds after let's say the news happen, like, or the comments, any comment, it help a lot. Like it will help also the community. It's really good.
100%, because you never want to be caught off guard. Nothing sucks more than that, especially when it's like you could have sworn that she was right, and you want to go long, it goes long. News comes out, spikes low, and then goes long all the way to TP. You like, oh my God, I cannot believe that just happened. Can't believe it, right? Nothing hurts more than it's like,
oh man.
It's like, man, this takes so long to figure out. So when I tell people, like, trust me when I tell you, you don't want to jump in front of that news. It's like step in front of a train. Would you step in front of a train in real life? No, don't do that here either, right? This will ruin your account. And you know, sometimes all it takes is one bad trade. You be trying to dig out your losses for weeks, sometimes months, trying to come back.
Yeah.
So smartest, best, easiest thing to do, stay ahead of the curve, be smart, be patient, right? I almost come to the charts every day thinking I'm not going to take a trade, right? Like I'm just that calm and that patient. And then if I see something that actually deduces me to do it, or, you know, well, okay, well, everything's lining up clear, then, you know, I'm in. But, and of course, outside of my A+ setup, that's how I look for every day with like this. I see my A+ setup. Oh, there you go right there. EU, yep. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, it's Michael.
Yes.
Great as always. Great session.
Yeah, man. Of course, I always enjoy my sessions with you, Aymane. It's always fun.
Same. Like same vibe. Same good energy.
Sweet. Well, hey, great
And,
week
yeah.
as always. Let's crush them next week. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's crush them
CPI,
next
then
week once
CPI
again,
next
and let's
week.
keep
Be
this thing
careful,
going.
guys. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's pretty much it. We will check you on the next one. Thanks for watching. Thanks for
Yeah.
joining. And you guys check us out on the Discord. All right. Amen.
Thank you guys. Michael, guys,
All right,
Danish,
now.
thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Take it easy,
Bye-bye.
guys.